Sorry,
Okay.
County Manager. No, not at this time. Thank you.
Just call me Steve. Steve is fine. Okay. So as soon as Supervisor Begay appears, you might want to do a mic check with Vice Chair Fowler.
Yeah, you out there? Oh, there she is.
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yay!
Yes.
And I see Supervisor Begay's box is listed here. So as soon as she gets on, we can do a mic check and we'll be ready to go, sir.
Okay. So, Judy, we're just checking in on you to see if you're here.
Let's see.
And let's see. We should have Supervisor Augustus.
Yeah.
There he is. All right.
Let me walk down and just see you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and we just pulled a quorum together, and I believe we'll have 4 with Patrice joining us after she's done the other meeting on that. So while we're waiting, just checking in. Okay, today is November 9th. Look at that, we're into November. Thanksgiving will be upon us pretty soon, or at least the holidays will be. So I want to welcome everybody. Right now we have a special meeting, and we're going to have an opportunity to hear from Flagstaff Housing Authority and what they have been doing, the city of Flagstaff. But before we do, I'm calling this special meeting to order and just providing an opportunity for each of the supervisors to be recognized and say hello. So I'll go through numerically as I usually do. District 2 Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone. I look forward to a very productive meeting. I hope everybody's well. Thank you.
All right, welcome, Geronimo. And then District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be here, and we do have an agenda, and Matt promised that we'll be out a little early.
That's right.
Thanks for all being here. Thank you for being online.
All right. Well, thank you, Judy. Good to see you. Yes, I have my pen out. And we have our Vice Chair, District 5 Representative Nina Fowler.
Thank you. Hello. And
That's 1/4, Lena. 1/4.
thank you for joining our board meeting this evening. I think you're going to find all the information that's going to be provided very interesting. I'm really looking forward to hearing all the latest reports from everyone. Thanks so much.
All right. And then just to introduce the topic real quick, and we'll get right to it. We have a presentation and discussion regarding the city of Flagstaff's draft 10-year housing plan, including findings, goal and solutions, and information on the housing emergency declaration that the city did with public participation and project timeline. And that's our topic here. Steve, I'll turn to you first to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Today, our city colleagues, we have with us Justina Costa, Leah Bloom, and also Sarah Dar. And I believe the presentation is going to be handled between Justina and Leah with moral support from Sarah, who's under the weather, but with us today. So I hope you feel better soon, Sarah. So I'm going to turn it over to Leah or Justina to kick it off.
Thank you so much, County
There
Manager.
is a slide presentation also. So we do need to put up the slides.
Yes, I can do that for everyone. Just
Thank you.
Can everybody see the slide?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm just going to organize my screen, so give me a couple seconds. And while I do that, I want to thank our county manager and our chair, vice chair, and board of supervisors for having us present today to you the 10-year housing plan. I'm going to turn off my camera while I'm presenting, but then when we open it up at the end of the presentation for comments and feedback, I will come back on camera. So let me try to. do that. Okay, so thank you again for having us present today. As our county manager mentioned, Sarah Dar is here. She's our housing director. Justina Costa is our assistant housing director, and Dan Folk, our community development director, may be hopping in. But we do have a great team to answer any of your questions. Oh, Dan is at council, so obviously 2 meetings going on. So I want you to look at the screen that you see. This is the cover of our draft 10-year housing plan. Again, my name is Leah Bloom. I'm the city's housing project manager. And my presentation is about 25 minutes. I am going to go over some definitions that I know our Board of Supervisors are well aware of. So I'm going to speed through some of the findings that I think that you have seen many times. The cover of the plan really is to depict the collective benefit of housing and how over the next 10 years, the city will create, connect, preserve, and protect homes for all Flagstaff residents. So as mentioned, the topics of discussion today, we're going to go over the housing emergency declaration, discuss the public participation and timeline. We'll dive into our findings and our goals and the solutions of our plan. When we go over our findings, I want it to be clear to the county that the city's housing team is more than happy to share our methodologies with each of you so that you can apply information in your own district. As you know, housing data can be very detailed. So there is a little bit of overlap with some zip code data that may include Belmont, Kachina, Mountain Air, et cetera. And we can go into that in detail when I'm at those slides. But we do actually have a separate document which outlines how we came up with these findings and the sources that were used to come up with these findings. So we are happy to share any tool with this team. So let's tackle the housing emergency declaration. As you can see, the declaration calls for a housing plan. The plan will provide a foundational framework for establishing work programs, prioritizing staff work, and allocating necessary funding for its implementation. The plan will increase housing opportunities occupied by local residents, and it also calls for ways to encourage more economically priced housing construction and to explore additional local funding resources for the creation of affordable housing. Although the city has several housing planning documents, when declaring the housing emergency, Flagstaff City Council directed staff to create a single comprehensive community-facing document to summarize the city's immediate and long-term needs and strategies for improving housing affordability. So the stories we hear from residents and local reports verify that the lack of affordable housing is obviously not just an individual problem, but rather a community problem that has collective consequences that negatively impact Flagstaff and our county. This plan will demonstrate how these consequences to failing to create, preserve, and provide access to affordable housing in Flagstaff is linked to negative effects on our neighborhoods, health, children, environment, and jobs. And I know you know very well from all the reports that you have created that you see this in your reports. And many of those reports were implemented in the creation of this plan. The plan provides a path forward for the next 10 years and solutions to reducing and addressing Flagstaff's housing emergency. And as a community, we must share solutions with open dialogue and innovative thinking when talking about housing and all that it is interconnected to. There may be a time when council or the county need to decide between one value or another, but we are here to say how imperative it is that together we act in good faith so that we can find these creative solutions that move us forward towards a healthier, more inclusive community. And you will see through the draft document of the housing plan how housing is interconnected with healthcare, equity, neighborhoods, zoning and land use, sustainability, and economic opportunity. So I want to cover the incredible work that's gone into the plan thus far. The Housing Commission approved the public participation plan in January, and they established 6 informal working groups. These working groups produced both qualitative and quantitative data and created solutions to addressing the housing emergency. The working groups were the gap analysis, our neighborhood and equity working group, sustainability, land use and zoning, housing and healthcare. Working groups included county members and staff, commissioners, and other community stakeholders such as developers, realtors, lenders, teachers. We had our Indigenous commissioners join. Our Housing Commission obviously led the forces here. We had over 20 nonprofit agencies. And the working groups grew into more than 80 volunteers, and over 1,000 hours were put forth into this draft document. A local housing survey was distributed, garnering close to 3,000 respondents. And I just want to personally thank the county. Michelle Axlin was a participant in our health and housing work group and brought forth valuable information for us to implement. So in the last 9 months, informal working groups have met to date, and our Housing Commission has approved the draft policy initiatives and strategies. These policy initiatives and strategies are in the draft document that they have been vetted through our internal staff and legal. We really wanted to charter and onboard all divisions that would be affected by strategies and solutions. And the commission has established and approved the draft document and its overarching goal. We have provided an update to council last month, and we entered into our 30-day public comment period. So we're in front of you today as our last small group meeting to receive your feedback, answer any questions you have in regards to the draft document. We will receive and incorporate all the public comment and feedback into the finalizing the document this month and the next month. And we will be presenting the final to the Housing Commission and bringing it back to council for consideration of adoption in early 2022. So I'd like to dive into the plan and again, share these findings with you. There are a few definitions that we'll slide through quickly. As defined in the plan, affordable housing is when a household pays no more than 30% of their income. Now, this is obviously a definition that comes from HUD, but it is something that we wanted to incorporate to have a threshold throughout our document. Those who pay more than 30% are considered housing cost burden and may find it difficult to afford necessities like, as clothing, transportation, and medical care, etc. Also, area median income, which I know you're familiar with, really qualifies for affordable housing subsidies. AMI is referred throughout this document, and it is explained to those who don't understand how federal subsidies serve up to 80% of the area median income, and also how these funds are limited within our community. Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona and the city's housing section update local needs assessment every year. The data is reflective of census results. So there is some overlap here with census by zip code, and I'll just make that clear. The data that we have found for 2019 make it clear that conditions continue to show that Flagstaff residents need housing subsidies in order to remove themselves from living in housing cost burden situations. So 47% of all households are extremely low to low income, while 65% of all Flagstaff households are extremely low to moderate income. Again, indicating that 65% of our population could require some amount of subsidy to achieve housing that is affordable. Now, as we know, this is challenging in a market that's 13% higher in the cost of living and 29% higher in the cost of housing compared to the national average. Shocking data also indicates that since 2011, the median sales price of a home has rose by 119%, while the area median income levels have only increased by 16%. And roughly 22,000 residents in Flagstaff are living in housing cost burden situations. The plan identifies the meaning of the term housing subsidy. And as you know, this is defined as any form of financial assistance aimed towards alleviating housing costs. So again, this plan was written for residents of all income levels with an equity lens, ensuring that each household gets what that household needs in order to accomplish what is defined as affordable housing. Policy strategies aim to achieve equity may result in unequal distribution of resources, but they will lead to a more equitable outcome for everyone. Flagstaff's housing continuum is the graphic that you're seeing here. It represents the variety of housing types available at all income levels. It also indicates that households at different income levels require different levels of subsidies in order to move up or advance through the housing continuum. So for the purpose of this plan, we'll use the housing continuum as a method to communicate possible housing solutions for households at all income levels. Addressing the housing emergency will require adequate funding for programs such as eviction prevention, down payment assistance, employer-assisted housing programs. It will also require the creation and preservation of affordable rental and ownership opportunities. These bold steps must be accomplished in partnership across the whole housing sector, including all levels of government, nonprofit providers, private industries, and housing advocates from our community at large. Because this plan was written for residents at all income levels, the Gap Analysis Working Group conducted 2 housing gap analyses. One was affordable housing / subsidized housing needs, and the other was market rate. So what you are looking at here is the affordable / subsidized housing need assessment results. When looking at this, please apply households, as in people, not units. So using local census data and taking supply and demand and assuming the perfect sorting that every household looks for that house at the right size per size of household and house, and the cost being 30% of their income going to housing, the results were confirming to housing practitioners. Before I go into the findings here, I want to make sure that this is one of those slides that includes 86004 and 86005 data from our census, which you will see some overlap with Donny Park, Kachina Village, and Mountain Air. You'll also see across the board that households earning between 0 and 80% of the area median income are in need of an affordable housing subsidy or unit. So for example, if you're looking at a household, let's say of 3, because that's our average household size, that's earning between 50 and 80% of the area median income, 491 households are in need of some sort of subsidy to get them into a healthier housing situation. The findings indicate that Flagstaff currently has 10,916 extremely low to low income households in need of affordable housing subsidy or unit. There's an additional 1,156 households, which are mostly our 4+ member households in that 80 to 120% area median income range that would appear to benefit from some sort of housing subsidy. The gap analysis depicted that the lower income households have a slightly higher advantage in finding affordable housing, which means that you can see these negative numbers here. These are the lack of, or the households in need. But yet there's still 1,156 households in need of some sort of subsidy. So again, it makes sense that larger households are living in less than ideal housing situations or paying too much in their mortgage or their rent or can't find a place that is affordable, because as we know, as your household size grows, your house grows and larger houses cost more money. So to determine the market rate, the informal working group took into account housing production and the population. We used regional data, and we also used local short-term rental data by applying the city's procured short-term rental compliance software data. For the population growth, local data was applied, and for residential housing construction, we decided to use regional census data, which was applied for the regional United States. Also, I want to make clear that local numbers were available, and we did create a comparison, which eventually the group decided to go with the regional data because the comparison when using local data was requiring multiple sources of data, and that makes it hard in a living document. This is something we want to update frequently throughout the 10-year housing plan so that we can see how our population and our construction production is if it's increasing or decreasing. So for comparable purposes, the group did decide to go with the regional data. And when we did compare local data with the regional data, it was less than 1,000 units off. So when we're looking at market rate, we can definitely apply units here. And so household production has declined since the peak of the 90s, despite the steady population growth. Construction virtually shut down in 2008 because of the recession. And since that time, we've slowly increased, but have not reached prior production levels. The gap analysis, both market rate and subsidized affordable housing, is a snapshot in time again. So we can't forecast into the future, but remember, again, this is a living document that the housing section plans to reevaluate numbers with throughout the 10-year plan, if adopted by council. The informal working group estimated a market rate housing gap of 7,976 units. Of those, 7,400 were from housing under production, and 535 were the conversion of short-term rental. The short-term rental data was really interesting. Approximately 260 owner occupied, so meaning that it is a primary resident living in that home, was also short-term renting their house by, let's say, 1 or 2 bedrooms. And the informal working group did not want to count owner occupied short-term rentals in the gap analyses because this can be seen as active income and helping reduce homeowners' mortgage and possibly removing them from living in housing cost burden situations. So perhaps most importantly, it's also because they're still owned and occupied by primary residents. So diving deeper into the data and the draft plan, there is many other sources that I encourage you to read. We talk not just about the market conditions, but the land designated to affordable housing, the changes to our average household size, second home numbers, and Northern Arizona University student population. So I would ask you to refer back to the document if you are interested in those topics as well. So with all these numbers fresh in our mind, we have to say that the number doesn't alone mean that our community has over 20,000 households living without a place to call home. It means that 12,072 low-income households are living in less than ideal housing situations, such as paying too much in rent, doubling up, or unable to advance through the housing continuum, while the remaining 7,976 market rate houses are needed to free up the pressures of Flagstaff's housing stock and to catch up with that population growth. So in a market without enough homes and without enough adequate subsidies, we know that the people who lose out the most are our low to moderate income residents. Again, 47% of our population. The plan's policy and initiatives and strategies include both increasing the number of housing units and increasing subsidies that will be provided with targeted assistance to households in need. Both elements are mutually interchangeable and will require bold action to address the housing emergency. So while gathering the quantitative and data, the informal working group really wanted to look at qualitative data. And we decided to create a local housing survey, which was distributed broadly throughout the community. When I mean broadly, we shared it with all the major employers. We did photo or paper copies in both Spanish and English at our libraries. Eastside Library helped participate in that too. It was very helpful. We were able to share with the continuum of care and get those paper surveys to our emergency shelters. And the response was great. We had close to 3,000 respondents participated. We compared the data with US Census data, and the responses represented 78 out of the 85 Flagstaff neighborhoods. We also had folks that wanted to take the survey that were living within the county, and they let us know they were living within the county, and we have that data at hand. I don't have the number with me today, but I'm happy to share. 62% of the data were homeowners in Flagstaff, and 32% were renters. 3% were experiencing homelessness, and more than 20% of the respondents said that they had lived in Flagstaff for more than 10 years. When we look at that 62% homeowner number, that's a little high, but we do think that the reason why it's higher is because we had major employers such as Gore share that with all of their local employees. The survey gathered information on housing cost burden. Housing cost burden, again, you know what the definition is. 35% reported being housing cost burden, with 50% of those were renters and 27% were homeowners. And 23% reported being severely housing cost burden, meaning they're paying more than 50% of their income, gross income, towards housing costs. The survey asked participants about the barriers they face when achieving home ownership, and among respondents, 88 cited that the average home price was a barrier. Over half of non-homeowners cited that paying too much in rent and being unable to advance through the housing continuum was a barrier, and 20% said that qualifying for a mortgage was a barrier. More profound than any other trend is that 92.7% of the respondents agreed or strongly agreed that owning a home was important to them. We asked residents if they were considering leaving Flagstaff due to housing costs, and the respondents illustrated that the housing emergency is definitely influencing folks leaving our community. While nearly 39% of the respondents reported that they are not at all likely, that is confirming, because again, we had 62% of homeowners. Over 50% of Flagstaff residents said that they are somewhat or very likely considering leaving due to the housing cost. And an additional 7.8 said that they were nearly certain they would leave Flagstaff due to housing costs. We asked residents if affordable housing was important to them. This survey showed a real strong support, that 85% strongly supported affordable housing by indicated they strongly agreed or they agreed. And the survey localized the question. So when we asked the survey if they supported the creation of affordable housing in their neighborhood, and the question was localized, that support dropped by 20% with the same group of strongly agree and agree. Now, we understand that the affordable / subsidy and the market rate needs, and we better understand the barriers our neighbors face, which we look at every day. I know the audience I'm talking to, but that we wanted to come up with our goal, and we wanted our goal to be achievable. And this is what I want to share with you now. So the Housing Commission helped us establish this goal, and it is a goal for a single overarching goal of the plan. So the plan's goal is to reduce the current affordable housing need in Flagstaff by half. The goal is supported with two fundamental elements that together will significantly impact housing attainability. We have provided the goal for both units built and preserved, and a goal number for subsidies to be provided over the next 10 years, which together will accomplish new affordable housing units. And these units will be reported annually to the community, our Housing Commission, and to Council. In order to reduce the current affordable housing need in Flagstaff by half, element one is to create or preserve 7,976 units by 2031, with a minimum of 10% affordable, to increase the overall supply of market rate workforce and affordable housing occupied by local residents. That 7,000 number might look familiar to you because that matches our market rate analysis. Element two is to impact at least 6,000 low to moderate income residents throughout a combination of unit creation and subsidy provision. And again, that is half of that 12,072 of our subsidized / affordable need. Okay, so we're going to quickly go over the solutions so we can have conversation. As many of you know, we have to accomplish this goal with action, and the goal will be accomplished with policy initiatives and strategies. The policy initiatives and strategies really are that foundational framework for establishing work programs, prioritizing staff work, and allocating necessary funding for its implementation. They were produced by the informal working groups, and they were vetted internally throughout the city. The 4 policy initiative categories are create, connect, preserve, or protect, identified also in the cover of the plan. If adopted in December over the next 10 years, the city will continue to advance housing opportunities for residents by these policy initiatives and strategies. There are 58 of these. So let me just first tell you, I'm not going over all of those. I'm just going to give you a really high level overview of them. But I would encourage you to go to page 43 of the draft plan. You can really see how these are laid out. And the first category is create. There's 5 policy initiatives with multiple strategies to create housing options for households at all income levels and family sizes occupied by local residents. The 5 policy initiatives can be seen here on the slide. I want to say that when you see the strategies, you're going to see some language that is like explore, evaluate, because, and the reason for that is because we couldn't accomplish this all in 9 months. The conceptual language that you will see is really putting the projects on the table and knowing that they're coming in the future so that we can address the housing emergency. So you can see here on the slide that create a dedicated funding source for affordable housing, to explore building innovation and cost-saving practices, and to ensure that Flagstaff's regional plan includes robust affordable housing goals and policies. There are few strategies that are below many of these policies that I encourage you to go look at. The create policy makes it clear that the development of land is a major issue for Flagstaff. Developable land is a major issue for Flagstaff and for increasing housing supply. But create policy initiative create 4 is to amend the zoning code to facilitate the development of all housing types. And create 5 is to incentivize the creation of affordable housing units through various programs and mechanisms. Strategies here, just to give you an idea, include updating the incentive policy, which we're doing right now for affordable housing, and in enhancing our employer assisted housing program. So on to the next category, policy category connect. Is the effort here is to connect people to equitable housing solutions. So connect 1 is to implement a framework for centering equity on proposed and existing housing practices, policies, and programs. And connect 2 is to reduce homelessness in Flagstaff community and to seek creative solutions to foster housing permanency for all. Connect 3 is to integrate healthcare into housing programs and housing into healthcare programs. And again, Michelle Axlin was a huge resource on our healthcare and housing informal working group. Preserve is our 3rd category, and that's all about preserving affordable housing. Policy initiative Preserve 1 is to expand efforts to preserve existing housing stock. I always laugh at this slide because I say that word many times. This will be accomplished through continuing homeownership rehabilitation programs and establishing affordable rental rehabilitation programs. It also will include acquiring and rehabbing already built properties for affordable housing and subsidized housing. Preserve 2 is to encourage adaptive reuse, and this will be accomplished by using low-income tax credits and historic preservation tax credits. Another strategy includes reviewing the land use goals, policies in the regional plan, specific plan, and city codes to remove barriers to adaptive reuse for the creation of affordable housing. And lastly, the housing section in the sustainability section will partner to seek grants for housing programs and developments that invest in environmentally friendly retrofit upgrades. So we're almost done. Protect is protecting people from housing discrimination and removing housing barriers. Policy initiatives include to continue the commitment of furthering fair housing and to ensure affordable housing is part of every Flagstaff neighborhood, and to continue to lobby and support federal and state legislation that encourage changes to federal and state laws, and to increase the amount of funding available for the preservation and construction of affordable housing. So with all of that and me talking a ton, we have closed our 30-day public comment period to the public, except for this meeting, and wanting to hear from you. Staff we did virtual public outreach. We had really great feedback from our survey. Over 300 respondents. We're going through the comments and the prioritization tool now. We will be going back to the commission for consideration of final plan, and we are determining the date in which we're going to be going to council in early 2022 for consideration of adoption. Thank you so much for listening to me go over all of this information. I really appreciate the time, and thank you, County Manager, for getting us on the agenda. And Lindsay, we are here to take any comments or questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Back to you, sir.
All right, thanks, Steve. And thank you, Leah. Really appreciate the presentation. So actually, it's an opportunity for the board members, if you have questions or comments associated with this. And yeah, go ahead, Geronimo. Supervisor Vasquez.
First off, thank you for the presentation. It's very evident the affordable housing need in our community, and so looking at this plan, I couldn't stop but thinking of what are the ways that we as the county can best support this plan? Like, what are some of those things that we can do to help support this vision happen?
I'll start off with, thank you for the question, Board of Supervisor, and I will start off by answering it. In working together in our policy initiatives and strategies, there will be many strategies that we will want the expertise of county staff to be at the table and helping us in the implementation of the process if adopted by council. We are also going around and gathering feedback from the community at large. And in some of those meetings, in the majority of those meetings, there were residents from the county that said, I don't live in the city, but I want to be a participant of this plan. And I can't afford to live in the city, or I can't afford to leave my larger house in the county that I don't need anymore because my children have left. And so we hear the same stories back and forth. And I think working together on this plan and us sharing our methodologies for different districts may help you out. And we are happy to do that. I can open it up for Sarah and Justina to add on.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Sarah Dar. The pleasure of being the housing director for this city. And the question is a great one. And I think one of the biggest places that we can all work together is with community education and conveying the importance of affordable housing that is affordable, and who lives in those units in all of our communities. I think one of the biggest pieces the city council, and I know that you guys as well have faced, is a reoccurring NIMBY, or folks not wanting housing built by them. And sometimes not even affordable housing, sometimes any housing to be built by them. And we're constantly working to educate folks about what that means in a community and the role housing plays as infrastructure related to economic development, community participation in our schools, with our nonprofits, et cetera. And so I think one of the biggest places we can partner is on that educational piece. We can also look at some of our programs. We have some programs that serve out to the FMPO boundary. So we are out in the county area with some of our programs, but because of the vast land difference between Flagstaff and the county, we've quite often, when we have these partnership conversations, encountered how far do we go? And so we are always open to those conversations and looking at creative ideas you may have as well. Thank you so much for taking time to learn about this plan today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is definitely an issue that's a concern. Is there, can we get a digital copy of the presentation? Or I don't know if that was sent already, but I'd really like to have a look at some of those graphics. They were very, they're very black and white. You can see what's the need in our community, you know, on that survey, that didn't include folks that were in the county, right? That was only within Flagstaff city limits, or did it include the outlying areas?
So we asked anyone who wanted to take the survey to share their responses. And we did have a few county folks. I don't have the number, but I am happy to share that raw data with you, and I'm happy to share both the methodology, the presentation today, and the plan. And I guess with the best person, I'll send it to Lindsay and she can distribute it appropriately.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Great work. Really appreciate everybody on the team that's really putting in some work for this, both city, but also our county folks that I know are working hard with you on this. So thank you everyone for your hard work. It's appreciated.
Thank you for the feedback. It's very appreciated itself. And you know what, the Coconino continuum of care was highly involved in this too. So we had lots of overlap, and having the county's involvement was a critical piece, and we're grateful for the dedication from them.
Looks like I have Vice Chair Fowler. Lena.
Yeah, thank you. So in the study, I assume that the NAU students are part of the study, the student housing. You know, I keep hearing that the student housing, because of just the approval of all the developments for student housing, has put a, I guess, has really interrupted housing market in the city. Is that the case? And I guess the first question, students are part of the numbers that we're seeing.
So yes, to a degree, students are a part of the numbers. When we were looking at the graphic that you were referring to as households, the subsidized / affordable results in the gap analysis, we did remove NAU zip code, but there are students we know that are living within the community. So there are some student data in there. When it comes to housing and student housing specifically, we want this document to be a community document. And that means working with NAU, and they have been a great partner in helping us with their data on their aggressive housing that happens on campus. And currently we're using 2020 data. Don't quote me on these numbers to exact terms, but they're housing over 40% of their on-campus population, which is a profound number for a university to house students. It's 1% of the national, you know, I think they rank number one in the nation with other campuses with this. We are taking into consideration the 11,000 plus students that are living off campus, and subtracting that by the occupancy of the high occupancy housing that targets towards students and their occupancy rates in 2020. So we're also taking into consideration site plan approvals that are going to be happening in the next 3 years for developments that are focused specifically on students. So I hope that that answers your question. And we have in the draft document, it is, Supervisor Fowler, it is not as thorough as I explained to you today. So hold off for the final document, because we've really had to dig deep to get accurate numbers to reflect how students impact the market.
Yeah, it seems like over 20,000 students would impact the housing market. So that's really good to know. The other one I was wondering about, and you didn't mention anything about this disabled or handicapped residents. How do they fit into this? And the other part I wondered about is, what is your definition of well, you had the kind of define what affordable housing is, but how do you meet what is your plan working with the developers and making sure 10% or a certain percentage of development is affordable? And what is that affordability number that just people to only pay 30% of their income? That's affordability. Are you doing a mixed housing development? What are you doing?
So I'll answer the first question as far as
a lot of questions, huh?
No, they're great questions. Thank you for them. The first part of your question about disability and handicapped, we worked closely with the Guidance Center, and we also met one-on-one with the Hajoni Foundation. And what we found through our special populations is that they do fall within the housing continuum. And while their housing may look different, it also looks different for folks that are experiencing homelessness or survivors of domestic violence. And when we started to include targeted specific special populations, it was really deterring from the whole concept of what safe, decent, affordable housing looks like, because it looks different for everyone. And we hope to convey that throughout the document, but we really focused more in special population groups than individual groups. When it comes to your development question of our market rate, close to 7,000, 8,000, 7,900 and something six, 10%, obviously we don't have inclusionary zoning allowed in Arizona. And I can have Justina hop in on this too, because she really oversees negotiation processes with developers, and council is the determinant if a rezone case happens on whether 10% is affordable. I can tell you that the way that we came up with the number is looking at our previous development of affordable housing, and we increased that by 25%. And this is a living document again, so that number may change. But we increased it by 25% because we really believe in the policy initiatives and strategies that will help deliver more affordable housing into Flagstaff. When it comes to the term affordable, yes, it is 30% of a household's gross income. And that gross income can range from 0% all the way up to 120% of the area median income. But that is how we define and promise the definition of affordable when it comes to affordable YELA developments. Justina, did I cover everything, or I might have missed? That's your expertise.
No, you covered it beautifully. The only thing that I'd like to add is that at the city, we do have dedicated housing staff whose primary role is to work with developers and try to encourage them to produce affordable housing in all of their developments. So it's not necessarily only when someone needs a rezoning or anything from the city, but we do try to communicate with every single builder and developer that will be producing any sort of housing in Flagstaff to encourage them to contribute to affordable housing in whatever way they can. As Leah said, since we don't have inclusionary zoning, we can't require it, unfortunately. And so we work very hard, and the number that is in the plan is, our hope is that we surpass that and that we do have more than that 10%, but we needed to under promise and over deliver is our goal.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I just want to add a couple more.
Okay. Go ahead. Just go ahead. We do have Supervisor Brigade, but yeah, yes. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So two more things. I've heard people say, well, I make good income, but I still can't afford my house. Or I have 2 jobs or 3 jobs, and so I don't fall into that category of 30%, but the amount of work I'm working is, the hours I'm working is more than what I should be working. Otherwise I wouldn't have a place to live. And then there are how many, during the fire, we had over 500 residents that were evacuated or were told to leave from the forest, and we didn't have a place to put them. And so in your numbers, they're not in there. And then the people that commute long distance just to come into Flagstaff, because this is the this is the employment center. You know, I'm just wondering if there can be like a day center where someone can come in, put their, you know, put their stuff in a locker or something, be able to take care of themselves, be able to work, and then go on home. These are long. I think it was in our county assessment that over 50 miles is the average drive for people in our county to go to work. So anyway, I just wanted to add that. Maybe you don't need to make comments, but I'm just putting that out there. I'm just wondering if there might be maybe a day center where people can go to put their things in, because they don't have a place to go. They've driven all the way over here over to Flagstaff just to be able to go to work, and then they have another drive home. So the hours spent driving is great distance, and that's the reason why a lot of people are not going back to work, because they have nobody to take care of their children. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right,
Thank you for your comments.
thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Rita and Sarah and Justina. I'm very fortunate to have worked with this whole process here with one of my jobs, and I worked at it for like 16 years, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Using the income guidelines and the number of people in the household and all the way to the AMIs and all this stuff. So, and affordable housing. I think right now what we have on the reservation is HUD housing, and this whole thing is set up pretty much as the same as that, and it's going to. I think that when it comes down to the difference between the on Navajo versus off on here in Flagstaff, there's other fees are involved that where people have to pay for things, you know, and taxes and whatever else. So we really need to probably look at that because right now if you buy a home, that, you know, there's added, you know, annual costs that you have to pay. And so how is that going to fit into that, you know, as far as getting affordable housing? And also Alina was asking a question about if they make a lot of money, you know, then how can they afford to pay that? And I know with that one, if it's going to be their home ownership houses as a home buyer and home ownership, they use the they usually use 15% of their total overall income, their net gross income. So that's usually how they do that to kind of help the home buyers not pay that much, like the 30%. If they did, it would be a lot of money. And then also for public rental, they usually use the 30%, and it really is according to their income limits, you know, how much money they make. And let me use an example for a home ownership unit. Let's say that there's a house that's out there on the market, and you know, they lose their income. Then it's zero rent all the way to whatever. Maybe $25 is set by the board. It's usually set, you know, that's the minimum, very minimum that anybody can make, like $25 a month if they don't have no income. And when I started working with this program similar to this, we used to give credit for utilities. NHA used to pay utilities for the people that are in housing, and they would help them out in that way. So there's still, when I see this and a land's going to be an issue, the fees for the annual is going to be a fee. And we're talking about NAU students or Coconino County students. You know, how many of them are going to be able to want a home, you know, affordable housing, home ownership, or, you know, is it, you know, something that they can do, or who are the target groups? And because the Navajo Nation, you have to have a home site lease in order to get a home ownership unit on your home site lease. So over here, you know, there is two things here. And so I know that the Navajo Nation, I got a chance to talk, I was on the phone with them as far as their Budget and Finance Committee today. They were talking about student housing still over at by Twin Arrows. And so that's being discussed right now. And with the Budget and Finance Committee, they had Navajo Housing Authority on there. They were trying to get numbers. And normally in this scenario too, they get other people involved, which I know you mentioned a couple of them. We used to partner with Navajo Partnership for Housing and try to get homes for the elderly, disabled, and then also the Navajo Nation and NHA and people that want to be partners because they can help a lot too. So they're very important people to touch base with. So as I see our students, rental, I think that would really help them out. A lot of them are just doing part-time jobs and they're trying to go to school, and giving them public rental units, until they get out, or if they can help them with that, I think we should go that route instead of having the city, with all the downtown stuff is going on here. We have they're paying anywhere from $1,000 to $1,400 a month, for these units. And we shouldn't put our kids and our students in that predicament because it's too hard for them. And we always say our children are our leaders, the children are our future. And then where are we putting them? Parents are struggling. I had to sell my cattle just to make my deposits, and also, just a lot of stuff, and I was kind of fortunate to do that. But a lot of people, their parents don't have jobs. So I think it really needs to be thought about, and to what extent are we going to help, our students? We're saying students, but in the long run, I kind of feel it's just going to be like the one that Flagstaff Housing Authority has, that anybody can apply and that they can just get in the unit, and emergency housing, and usually they just clean up a unit that's just been moved out of, and they just hurry to clean it up for people to move in for emergency housing. And there's a set limit too to that. So I just want to share that on more detailed information. And I think that, through this process, since Navajo Nation is just right nearby, that, somehow reach out to them and see what their plans are, and see how, it can be coordinated. They might be to do nothing but student housing, and for students. And then over here, maybe a percentage of it too, because we really need to look at everybody as a whole. We have, a lot of different types of applications that would be coming in. And so I just want to say thank you to you. And I think it's a good idea. I think land might be an issue. I think the fees for annual dollars will be an issue because of the Navajo Nation site is not an issue. HUD housing, they have HUD housing over there. They have scattered site homes, meaning home ownership. And then also they have public rental units, it's just for public rental for people that are just there for work and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you very much again, and giving us the opportunity to make a comment to this. But I'll be looking at this, and like I said, I've been over there probably like 16 to 18 years, working with this process as you putting it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor McKay. And of course, I usually have a host of questions, but we do have limited time. However, it is the end of your public comment period also. Obviously, we do have challenges associated with affordability. Add to it the short-term rental. We're an artificial market, 7 million people in the valley, 2 million by the river. It's cool up here. So we have a lot of second home ownership that also plays in and creates an artificial market in the region that, it's a virtue for those that can do it, but it impacts our ability, whether for affordable or workforce housing, to have an inventory available. I think this is a really great opportunity as the board is getting more and more focused on many different issues. Unfortunately, we had the housing decisions that came to us real quick. As soon as you get on the board, hey, make a decision. But it brings up the importance of implications if we go through not allowing the opportunity for housing to occur in most appropriate areas. You can't have it in every area, but how is it built into the regional plan, the community plans, that kind of thing. Then you start to find more appropriate areas, and then I've watched the community region overall go through kind of almost an identity crisis. Yes, we want it. We want to develop a really good plan. We really want to improve and allow for density while also setting aside open space in communities. But when placed next door, it was easy to say, on that side of the community. I think we're getting a little bit more acceptance, but it vacillates back and forth. And so your appeal for community education is very important for us to work on. I'm really interested in the tools that you're using and have created. County, you're in a federally designated zone, so you have the opportunity for additional money for housing and can run a program where we have lower densities. We don't qualify in the same kind of way, but maybe there are opportunities as we develop plans that we use some of your tools and find a chance that sometimes we can work together, as suggested by a couple of the supervisors, using partnerships in the area or learning from each other. I really want to know about how you want to apply the zoning pieces and how that's incentivized, because I think we started to create that in our zoning ordinance, the allowability for a higher density if affordability came in, but we didn't finish off the tools that we needed to be able to apply there, and how. We can't mandate, we're limited associated with the mandates, but also there's a desire for a rezoning often that allows an opportunity for creating that opportunity, I guess. And so various income levels, cost of housing, the AMI, it's, my gosh, those numbers keep growing, and it's we're starting to get into a challenge for just our workforce, that even moderate to almost high income in the area. So we now have challenges of what to do. So lot of, I think we're experiencing it. We feel like we want to express it. I could say, hearing from our different board members, you can see that we see your approach on what you're doing, compliment you on what you're doing. We know we have certain service areas that there's an opportunity to cross over, continue the dialogue, see how we might be able to work with that. And we're curious, I think we will have an opportunity in the future as we evaluate our own plans to see what are the opportunities in our other regions in the county to affect, maybe not as well as you do, just because we're limited on our tools, but how to do it. So a lot of that, I'm curious to see, how much you're building into, and I get lost into your different departments now and again. How much are you building this into the regional plan, since that's moving forward right now? I would assume there's a big component built into that, but that's an assumption.
No, that's a great assumption. You're right on target with that. It actually has worked out. Many things you'll see in the strategies and policy initiatives. One one action has to come forth before another. You know, they're dependent on one another. And the timing for the regional plan is actually perfect. And we're hoping at the beginning of 2020 to work with our comprehensive planners to update the regional plan to accommodate more in support of this document itself.
Mhm. All right. So that's right. You're starting to bring me back through memory of Sarah's summary, bits and pieces as we're looking at that, but summary of other pieces that were coming forward in the regional plan. And then there's a cost element about this. I'm guessing as a potential outcome, there will be an evaluation of whether to move forward and bring opportunities to the community to see how to support this.
Can you explain the question so I can make sure I'm addressing it properly?
Yeah, that tricky one. It's going to cost money. You might have to have an initiative.
Yeah. So I can hand this to Sarah and Justina, but a lot is dependent on the bond. You know, if there's going to be a potential housing bond in our community, we very much like your districts have limited money and can't serve our need because of what we receive from the federal government and the need from 0 to 80%. And the folks that are living above, just that above and all the way to 120%, they still would benefit. And so a bond will really help fill those gaps. And this plan isn't 100%, relying on the bond, but there are other funding mechanisms, budget approval, et cetera, that we'll have to be bringing forth to our leaders to see if they're in support of and our community. Anything to add, Sarah and Justina?
No, the only thing I was going to add is that Leah hit it. It's that not only is it potentially the bond, but also the plan does ask for City Council continued support. And then also, obviously, that would require the budget team to fund certain things that we need in order to implement some of the policy initiatives and strategies.
Okay. And I know they're hard questions because there's competition for what's needed, but obviously a broad community need. And it's important for, this is an opportunity coming before us with an open meeting. It will be, it's recorded, it can play back. An opportunity for people to understand what our challenges are in the community, why we need an education effort, and we have housing. In your case, you've declared it a crisis. I would agree with that. Really a challenge for our whole workforce as well as the affordable component. So this is an opportunity for people to look at this and see the need associated with it. I want to thank you for the opportunity. We're going to need to move on soon, but I'll check back first with Steve. Do you want to do a follow-up on anything?
You, Mr. Chair. I will defer to Vice Chair Fowler.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to swing back. Any last minute questions?
Okay, sorry.
Can't be 5 questions.
Yeah, make it 10. My computer went out, so anyway, I'm back. So I was wondering if when you declare housing crisis emergency, do doors open up for more funding like we do when we do a declaration of disaster or weather related emergency?
From a city's perspective, and Sarah can help take this one, it's not something that the government or the governor's office is going to give us because of a weather disaster and emergency similar to what you would see with flooding and fire. It was originated by citizens, and a citizen petition brought that forth to council. And council established the declaration of a housing emergency. And because of that, a lot has unfolded, such as this 10-year plan with robust strategies and policies to be implemented to address it. I'll hand it to Sarah so she can kind of cliff note the version and tie it together.
Leah does so well. I don't need to add a whole lot. Leah's entirely correct. It does not open doors on a federal or state level for us, but what it has done is prioritize it within our own city operations, which has been helpful in getting a 10-year plan written on such a short timeline. So we were given 9 months to develop the plan and present the draft to council, which we did present in December. And so, not in December, in September. So we are finishing it up and putting a bow on it. One of the things that it has also done is generate great community conversation. And I see some possibly changing tides in our community. We haven't had folks come out in support of general housing operations in my 20+ year career here. And I'm starting to see different types of public comment at our city council meetings, et cetera. So no funding impact, but it is almost a feather in the cap that we can mention when we are applying for funding, but without direct weight tied to it.
I just have a last comment, Matt.
Please, Judy.
I think since Flagstaff Housing Authority is already impact, I think that everything's been done, and I think that would be another avenue to really look for other types of housing. So with alongside of what's going on here, because I know that it takes a while, when you do an application. They do have emergency housing, they do have public rental, they have home ownership, and so and they're there, but I think the one we have in Flagstaff is only public rental. It's not home ownership type, but there's all handicap accessible units they usually have. So just a thought.
All right. Any response from the city team? Okay. All right. Let me just, Geronimo, did you have anything else to add also?
No, thank you. I just appreciate the conversation and looking at a solution, because right now the housing situation is unsustainable for a lot of folks. And so this is a crucial issue and conversation to have, especially in light of some of the conversations for tomorrow and then the upcoming weeks. So I just really appreciate the information and opening up our eyes to the current situation and the plan moving forward, because that's important. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, plans are wonderful. Yeah, you then have a tool to be able to start to build upon and work out solutions. Steve?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, certainly a thanks to the city team for coming today. It's an excellent presentation. One of the items that I was very happy to see in it is the reference to housing subsidies that come in the form of rental assistance, eviction prevention, that area. And to credit, of course, all of the providers in our community that provide needed services in those areas. So County HHS, I know Kim and Michelle are on the attendee side. I asked them to come over, but they said, no, that's fine. We're good. They really appreciated the presentation, but it does, call to light the important role of the subsidies for our residents, with regard to eviction prevention, rental assistance. And it's not only from government sources. I mean, the philanthropic community through their support of nonprofits provides this as well. But I think it also provides the opportunity for the county to look long-term. What is the county's role in regard to affordable housing? There has been, a longer-term discussion about, does the county at some point in time want to consider actually forming, and I don't know if we can, its own housing authority. We have Maricopa County has a housing authority, Pima County has a housing authority. I don't know what those steps are, but that certainly is something, a long-term strategy to look at. How would we interface, of course, with the cities? How do we interface with tribal nations? Because we probably have a number of landlords in the county that if we had adequate Section 8 certificates, that might be another opportunity. So again, that's a long-term discussion, but I think in terms of the short term, continuing to support the partnerships, and this is a very good roadmap. I think this is a really perfect roadmap to look at if the county wants to be beginning to look in that direction. But again, we would also be saying, Do we reinvent it, or do we partner or do some IGAs with the city to say, okay, if we've got, and again, I don't even know what how the HUD designations work. I know there's a formulaic thing that happens. Maybe the county isn't qualified based on density, et cetera, but to the extent that we're able to participate, in addition to the good work that HHS does with all of the housing prevention, eviction prevention programs, this may be something to add to the mix. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'll turn to the city team. Any last comments? Really, thank you for being here.
I just wanted to, oh, sorry, you can go first.
Sorry, Leah. I just wanted to jump in and say thank you so much for the insightful comments and conversation, and that we stand ready to help and share any knowledge that we may have on any topic. We're all stronger when we work together. And so if you're ready to, when you're ready to pursue those conversations, just let us know. And we're happy to walk across downtown and sit down and discuss some pretty heavy things. So go ahead, Leah. Thank you for letting me interrupt.
No. I'm going to echo what Sarah said. Thank you for having us today and giving us your valuable feedback. And always, we love partnering with the county. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right. I want to thank everybody for this. And we have Supervisor Horstman that just joined us, and we're concluding the presentation on the housing plan that the city is moving forward for. And Supervisor Horstman can always reach out to you also, and she has a copy of everything that you submitted. So with that, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move us on to our next item, which is item number 2. It's a presentation, discussion, and possible action associated with the redistricting maps and updates. So, Steve.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, tonight is an update on a couple of different fronts. State and congressional redistricting is taking place actively, fast and furiously. Draft maps have been approved by the Independent Redistricting Commission. They are currently out for 30-day public comment. The 30-day public comment ends on December 4th. The RC is having hearings throughout the state. On Wednesday at 6 o'clock, Flagstaff will be the site of a broadcast site, not the commission a satellite site, not a broadcast site. So on Wednesday night, the broadcast is coming to us from Yuma. And then Flagstaff at High Country Conference Center at 6 p.m. is going to be the satellite site. And you participated in this before a month ago or so ago when the broadcast was out of Surprise and Flagstaff was the satellite. So same format. We will have, I believe, through some discussions, we will have commissioners that will be in attendance in Flagstaff. The county has provided abundant outreach to our regional partners, particularly in local government and our tribal nations. We have submitted our versions, or our versions that actually is an updated version of what we submitted originally. So in the last couple of weeks, the board approved revised maps on the legislative side, and those have been submitted to RRC. This past Saturday, some of our board participated in literally a day long, with almost 200 individuals providing testimony and feedback.
And got cut off.
Yes, and it was a very strict 2-minute, you're done. And so and that's good. It certainly is that kind of indication of that. That's how important this process is, and having full participation from the community is important. This coming Wednesday, we'll also rely on board members to provide testimony that again reinforces how our maps on the legislative side do fit the criterion that was identified originally by this board. And so I can answer questions on congressional legislative at this time, if there are any from board members, sir.
But just turning to board members, and maybe I'll just go in a little bit more, Steve, associated with it. So, one piece is really encouraging everybody to reach out to community members and encouraging community members here who are in a public meeting to please, step forward and provide testimony at the hearings that they're having. As noted, there will be one at 6 o'clock at the Hyatt Country Conference Center at NAU in the city of Flagstaff. We encourage you to support our maps, but explain to the IRC why it's important. Coming from your heart as an individual from the community is it's very important for them to hear that. And I think the other piece of it is the IRC already put out a map that is reasonably defined. It can be affected as long as we continue to have advocacy for supporting changes that we encourage people to look at our recommendations and the value associated with the recommendations that we brought forward. Turn to board members on it. And so I have the full board. I didn't start doing it, but maybe I'll just go through the numeric rotation just to check in with board members, Supervisor Horstman. Catch you off guard as you come back from all the important work you're doing.
So we're doing the round table, huh?
We're going through redistricting right now.
Well, the redistricting. So what? I'm sorry. So in terms of redistricting, I know that many of us have been very active trying to doing outreach within the community to encourage that we keep, of course, Greater Flagstaff together, and that also, quite frankly, we maintain our communities of interest. And many of us have been using social media outreach as well as just calling and working with our various stakeholders. I know the city of Flagstaff, as everybody knows, the city council, I should say, endorsed the county's map. It was a unanimous vote from the city council. And I know that city council members have also been very active, as has our county board of supervisors, in providing testimony, showing up at these hearings, providing public comments. And I plan to be there tomorrow evening. I'm sure I'll be there with some of my colleagues to basically once again support the need to keep Greater Flagstaff whole and to keep our communities of interest together.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for this important conversation. Yeah, as Supervisor Horstman mentioned, we've just been really pushing our community to provide feedback and participate in this public comment period. This is very crucial right now. These maps, the way they're currently positioned, are not competitive and dilute the vote of various different communities of interest and split both Flagstaff and Sedona compared to what we've proposed. And so we're really pushing for this turnout tomorrow and need as much public comment as possible so that hopefully the IRC will listen to the community in Northern Arizona and realize that the maps that they as drawn aren't the right maps for this area at this current time. So I just really appreciate all the folks that have been working hard on this and all the support we've gotten from the team. And we just looking forward tomorrow to presenting some words for the county and for various communities in the county about how these maps will dilute the votes and how we need to make sure that one vote is one person, and everybody's voice is heard and not diluted. And so we really want to just emphasize competitiveness because, that's good for democracy. So thank you, everyone. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow at the hearing.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Beguette.
You're muted.
Just want to say, my colleagues have brought up some of the issues here, and I totally agree with them. And that I think what has really helped us to get our convey to people out there within our districts, and then also the adopted guidelines that we've had, have been shared. And so I'm thinking that, we're doing everything we can to stay within the guidelines that we established as Board of Supervisors, and maps will be shared once, we get that finalized. And I've been promoting in my district as far as, what are some of the options that redistricting and what it is, explaining in Navajo in some areas, and getting it out to the community. So been getting feedback, a lot of feedback, but I'm just we're just waiting, I guess, to get the outcomes going, and making sure which is going to be the final outcome of the what we're going to be establishing as our districts for the next 10 years.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begin. And Vice Chair Fallon.
Thanks. It's been a really interesting process. The IRC has been having meetings all across the state, and in our region, they've really put together a non-competitive map, and that's the reason why our map is really important. We really have put a lot of thought into it, community of interest, neighborhoods, just really thinking about the competitiveness when it comes to elections, and representation is very important. We have special issues that we want to make sure that we're working on, and then the IRC map does split Flagstaff and some of the communities, even Kachina Village is not in the right district. So as far as we see, it feels like the IRC doesn't really understand the Northern Arizona region. So for that reason, we are really talking about education, explaining why this is important. Navajo Nation's been talking about making sure that the numbers of, the population, really looking at Native population, minority population. Our map, we looked at that, and we've met with Navajo Nation. We've been meeting with various groups. So for that reason, it's really important that we all get involved in it. So if there's anyone that has any questions, I know that Steve and team are ready, and all of the supervisors are ready to work with you and to help you to explain, understand these maps and why it's so important. And it's there for the next 10 years. We're gonna have to work within those boundaries in the next 10 years, and that it's gonna have an impact on us. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chair, it's probably the easier question tonight to ask is anyone not testifying tomorrow night? Because I think we've got all of our board will be attending. It's not it's not similar to the Saturday hearing, so we had to pre-register. So tomorrow at 6 p.m. High Country Conference Center. I will look to each of the board members a 2-minute, and they're timing it, and they're keeping to a very strict 2-minute period. It may change tomorrow if there's a different number, but again, if you can look at that as a 2-minute, pretty firm 2-minute, what can we get in? I may be participating also to provide a little bit of the background on the maps, very quick, 2 minutes, but then all 5 of you as well. So I'll email you in terms of, what are the main bullets that you want to emphasize in your 2 minutes? So again, strength in numbers. So Supervisor Horstman has a question, Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, County Manager, is there, I know, for example, on the internet hearings that they've been holding, you needed to basically an hour beforehand indicate your desire to speak. Are they going to require that? Do we need to sign up?
We haven't seen anything to that effect. I'll confirm it though in the morning, but we have not seen anything that is similar to what was happening, that was needed for the Saturday hearing. because Saturday was an all virtual. And in this case, it's going to be broadcast out of Yuma, but we're a satellite. So but we'll confirm that to make sure that we're not missing the opportunity to sign up.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, if I can transition over to our own local redistricting and ask Trey Williams to come on. So at the same time, while we're doing, of course, state and congressional redistricting, the counties are also doing local redistricting. And for us, it's for supervisor lines, which also have direct impact on the Coconino Community College District Governing Board. We've been working on drafting scenarios to present to you. We tentatively have November 23rd as reserved time to present mapping scenarios. However, we're running into an issue. It's not a bad issue, but as the Independent Redistricting Commission released their draft maps, we then, through elections and our recorder, Patty Hansen, we started to overlay the draft map. Again, it's draft, but again, it is going to be changed. And what we're noticing, and we knew it was going to happen, is as you lay those lines over our precincts, then it begins to split precincts. And so we may be probably proposing that, and we extend our local redistricting so that we can see what the Independent Redistricting Commission results and ends up adopting. Now, their time frame is to look at a mid-December adoption. They seem to be on track given the public input period ending on December 4th. So barring, I guess, any unforeseen circumstances, we're probably going to be getting a decision on IRC maps mid-December. At that time, then we'll have a very clear idea of what those maps will do to our own precincts and have a better idea of how that might impact some of the scenarios. But at this time, we're looking at tentatively presenting scenarios to you on November 23rd. I'll know more in the next week or in the next few days, actually, if we're going to have to actually push that out for the reasons I just stated. And then I know that Trey and Claire have been working on the public engagement plan, and if Trey can take a few moments to talk about some of the highlights. You're muted, Trey.
Sure, Steve. Thank you so much. Hi, supervisors. Good to be with you this evening. You may all have noticed that we set up meetings with you in the next 2 weeks to discuss our redistricting outreach plan and to discuss the schedule for that and how that will look. We will share with you at that time a document that you'll be able to take with you, look at, that will include all of that information. We'll be sharing that with you at the meeting. Right now, because we are in a sort of flex schedule based off of the IRC's timeline and how that will affect our redistricting process, we are looking to begin the public outreach physical meetings at least by December 8th. But just based off of the timeline we have, we may be looking to do 1 or 2 physical meetings and do outreach and virtual meetings the first 2 weeks of December. But then we have a challenge because we run up against the holidays and we want to have these events when people are engaged and when they are able to attend. So we'll then probably pause our redistricting outreach for the holidays, and then we'll look to go into January and have everything wrapped up by mid-January in terms of public outreach. So whenever the board is presented the draft scenario maps, those maps will be out for consideration. And with the timeline that we're working under for public outreach, we're looking at probably a month and a half of public outreach. So we're well within a good time frame to generate good public participation and to learn about the public's input on any draft scenario maps that the board will consider. And then, as Steve mentioned, looking to adopt a final map in late January, at least. Happy to answer any questions on the outreach portion.
All right, any questions from board members on this? And understanding, I guess it's a check-in, understanding there will be a delay associated with the supervisory district maps because of the redistricting impacts of the state and congressional lines that we're working on. So
I do have a question, if I could, Chair.
Please.
As the county manager and Trey and the staff have worked very hard on various mapping scenarios, and we've had quite a few reviews of various mapping scenarios individually. And I guess my question is, are these new mapping scenarios, or are these the ones that have been developed over time that we've been looking at?
Based on input from board members.
I revised all of them, Patrice, while you were out.
I missed the first hour of the meeting, and look what happens.
Mr. Chair.
Please, Steve.
So based on the discussions that we've had with each of you related to the mapping scenario that provides maximum representation opportunities within your district. By doing so, then we have to, of course, do some domino effect, because District 1, District 3 are overpopulated, Districts 4 and District 5 are underpopulated, while District 2 is right in the middle. Because of the adjustments we need to make, that too, of course, is being adjusted. Now, this is a good opportunity to talk about how to present scenarios. So if we were to present scenarios and then at the same board meeting say, now that you've seen it, we would like board direction on taking whatever number we present and say, we would like to have 3 scenarios to take to the public. Is it doable? Is it practical to ask that to occur in one meeting? If it does, we would of course want to have an extended meeting, because we can't allocate an hour to a discussion that's going to be really compact. It's kind of like ARPA. Tomorrow we've extended the time to go through in a very methodical manner. And so the same observation back to the board is, presenting that all in one, or do we take one meeting, say the 23rd, or even possibly the 7th of December, to present scenarios, or the 25th of November and coming back. So present in one meeting and then come back the next meeting and cull that down to a fewer number. So I would like some direction, because at the team level, we've kind of been debating back and forth on this in terms of what's the best way to provide each of you the opportunity to look at all the scenarios, and of course in a public meeting, as it should be, have the discussion, the deliberation that results in, all things being equal, we would approve through these 3 scenarios to go to public hearing. So we're kind of doing similar to what the RRC is doing. We are creating, in this case, more than one draft map, but then those draft maps or scenarios are then taken out to the public through the public engagement process based on the feedback we receive around towards the end of January. Then we're coming back to the board based on, here's the public information or the comment we've received, go through the process of deliberation, and then identifying a single scenario that is adopted by the end of January. So just some feedback or some info would be great.
Yeah, good question on that. So one piece, my suggestion, and let's hear everybody on this, is we have, we're suggesting a delay because there are implications associated with the congressional and state lines. And so I think we need to let that process roll out, just, so that it provides a greater opportunity for you as staff to bring together maps that are viable, no matter how many scenarios you create associated with it. But it's important to wait for those lines, in understanding what those lines will have and implications related to our precincts and how they get divided. So, Patrice, I saw you nodding. I'll roll through everybody just so everybody can give input. You okay?
Chair, I agree everything you just said. Yes.
Okay. Go to 2, Veronica.
Yes, I agree as well. I think we can't make any decisions on what to present to the public until we know what those precincts will look like. So I appreciate the time to slow down and let the process for congressional legislative finish up before we move forward.
All right, go to 4, Judy.
Yeah, I think that is only appropriate that way. I think we jumped the gun by what we did and had meetings and this and that. And I think it's important to see what the legislature and, if others are doing IRC, see what they come up with, and then we'll just go ahead and go from there, because right now it seems that we our districts, we did a lot of work on it, and we did a lot of communication on it. Now we've got to go back again. So once we decide, what kind of maps are going to be coming up. And I think based off of that, we should at least have like 3, no more than 4, to really look at, and then see where we're at and present that out there to our communities. So that way we don't have a whole slew of them that they have to choose from. So I do agree, we need to just, but time's gonna fly. It was just November 1st, and now we're already going on the 10th. And it's just gonna come and go really fast. So we gotta move at a fast pace, and get our maps together. So Steve, I'm glad that you're gonna be moving on this, as soon as possible to get us information and get some information for us, and get that rolling for us too. So thank you very much.
Vice Chair Feller.
Yeah, I just want to thank Steve and team that you guys have done an amazing job. And I just think that the whole process is a great process, and you've done, at least we've done our homework and be able to move forward. So yeah, I completely agree. Thanks.
Stephen, I would say on top of that, this provide, we're trying to do so much. We have ARPA coming in right now. We're dealing with the state and federal. It gives you time to really look at it from a strategic way and bring back a recommendation to us. So we have time on that.
So we're getting so used to juggling bowling balls. It's like, oh, really? Really? We can actually, yeah. So with that, Mr. Chair, so we would anticipate the week of the 13th is when the IRC is going to take action on the map. They are actually slated to take place, I think, on the 14th. But again, that could slide, it could come sooner, but if we do that, the maps are adopted the week of the 14th or mid-December. We then look at those maps, and I think it's important to note that some of the staff work that we've been putting together certainly has created a kind of a head start in terms of what we would need to be doing once the IRC lays their lines down. We're able to see where the splits took place. We might even be able to refine some of the scenarios a bit more based on the new lines. So then then the public outreach process, we would try to squeeze in, and Trey, you can help me on this one, try to squeeze in what we can before the holidays, but we really do lose interest in it. And it's almost unfair, if you will, to add holidays as part of the 30-day period for sake of our own outreach. But Trey, what are your thoughts on that too?
Absolutely agree, Steve. And I think just to reiterate and bring the conversation back to our timeline, the legislature did give us until July 1st, 2022. And so we do have some time. Obviously, we don't want to push it, all the way to July. We want to get this done. But because of that, and we're looking at late January into early February of adopting the final maps, that gives us a lot of time in January. And if we have that option, I think for maximum public input, we don't want to reflect the same behavior as the IRC and not hear from the community and not have a robust outreach and participation from all corners of our county, which is what our outreach plan seeks to do, both through virtual meetings and physical meetings. And I think that for physical meetings especially, we will just have much more participation in January than we would in late December. And that also respects the public's time with their families, respects their ability to spend time with their loved ones for the holidays, and to not have to worry about redistricting. So I think that based off of our timeline, we do have time to accommodate a longer public outreach period, which is in our best interest and the public's best interest.
Mr. Chair, we will prepare a schedule based on the input we've just received. I'd really appreciate your feedback because it helps guide our actions going forward and making sure that we're maximizing the opportunity for public input. And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Horseman has her hand up. And I
Oh,
think
sorry, Patrice. I keep looking down. Go ahead.
That's okay. You can see I've been asking lots of questions today. I just haven't gotten over the questions.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I think it's also important. And of course, we do, as we know, have a supervisor that has an election that's coming up in 2022. And I know that was one of the reasons we wanted to get these Board of Supervisor districts set. However, I have heard, and I don't know if this is correct, it's a rumor at this point, so I'd love to get some clarification, that in fact, the 2022 election for the Board of Supervisor will take place on the current District 2 boundaries. Is that correct?
that is correct. Now I'll ask Trey to comment on that.
Sure, Supervisor. So yeah, so we actually sought some legal advice on this particular question. And basically the way it works is that for those candidates who ran in 2020, their term of office is 2020 to 2024. And that means the current districts as they existed when they were elected in 2020 are going to apply until 2024. The redistricting you're doing now, that will apply for 2024 and beyond. So that does mean District 2 will run according to the current district boundaries.
So with that, and thank you, Trey, for that clarification. With that clarification, I think that part of the need to hurry, if you will, the expeditious nature of us moving forward was because we wanted to get things set, especially for the 22 election. We don't need to worry about that at this point, since the existing boundaries will apply for all of us until 2024. So that also takes some of the onus off of us. So thank you.
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Horseman, the other part that, of course, that it added to this was the delay in the census data being provided. And that's why the legislature then had the bill passed, I believe 1107, that gave us the July 2022 date. So that's why that occurred. Otherwise, we would have had to have adopted districts by December 1st. Had nothing changed. So that's what compelled us to really in the beginning kind of ramp this up quickly. We were originally under the impression we were going to have to do the December 1st deadline. And so we did a lot of fast work, very quick, good work, but that's what we were shooting for. Now that we have a different interpretation or additional information, it's a different outlook now.
Thank you very much.
All right. So Steve, that wrapped that one? Oh, am I on mute or not? Nope, I'm not on mute. Steve is.
I'm good. And then, Mr. Chair, we only have like 9 minutes before 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Do you have anything, probably be good for us to take 5 minutes before 6? Any last minute here?
I'm going to turn to Trey real quick. The only thing we won't be able to accomplish tonight is your roundtable, but if Trey can give a very quick update on legislation, or maybe there's some burning issues that folks want to raise.
And I think there are some burning issues in light of what happened today. And so
yeah.
I hope that before we take a break, you'll give me, both Supervisor Vasquez and I would probably like to make a few comments, and we'll try to make it short and sweet.
Okay, let's hop to Trey and then we'll go to Supervisor.
And Mr. Chair, I do have a presentation as part of my, I'll be quick, but I do have a presentation because I'm presenting on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So I'm going to share my screen. So
just 1 second. And with that, we will cover, this is going to cause us to start a meeting, just the next meeting, just a little bit late. So just, that's an understanding here. Everybody good with that? I'm seeing nodded heads. Okay, there we go. Go ahead, Trey.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and just get this going here. 1 second. I got to get this. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
No.
Okay, hold on one second here.
There you go.
What about now?
There you go.
Yes.
Go to presentation mode. You're good. Perfect.
Okay, excellent. All right, so I just wanted to give a brief legislative update. As part of this legislative update, I'm going to talk about federal affairs. Main topic is going to be the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which was passed by Congress last Friday. So just to give a recap, there were two bills moving concurrently through Congress. As I updated you all, they were tied together. So the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the IIJA, sometimes referred to as the BIF, or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Framework, was basically $973 billion over 5 years. And that was primarily negotiated through a bipartisan contingent, negotiated primarily by our senior Senator Kirsten Sinema in the Senate. And then there is the Build Back Better framework, which is dubbed sometimes the budget reconciliation bill, but recently it was given the title Build Back Better framework, and that is currently at 1.85 trillion. That number has been fluctuating, and this is the bill that deals with climate change, health, education, and other human infrastructure, if you will, items. So just to reiterate this, the Senate passed the IIJA on August 10th by a 69-30 vote, bipartisan vote. And then the House passed the IIJA on Friday evening by a 228 to 206 vote. Before I move on to talk about IIJA, I just want to tee up that right now, based off of the agreement between the progressives in the House Democratic Caucus, it's looking like, so they agreed to let the BIF move forward if they could get a vote on, number one, a procedural vote to set everything up, and then also get an actual vote on the bill next week by November 15th. So as of right now, that's slated to occur, but that doesn't mean the Build Back Better framework is home free. It's got to go back to the Senate. The Senate is expected to make significant changes. Obviously, you have Senator Joe Manchin, Senator Kirsten Sinema, who have been negotiating that bill, withholding their support. So we could see some additional negotiation and changes in the Senate. Then it's got to go back to the House and then to the president. So as of right now, we're probably looking at the beginning of next year before Build Back Better framework is a done deal. At this point, we've heard that it's probably going to happen, but there's still a chance that Build Back Better framework might not happen. So that's Build Back Better framework. I'm going to move on to IIJA. 6 House Democrats actually voted no on the bill. 13 Republicans voted aye in the House. Arizona voted on party lines. 5 Democratic members of the House voted aye. 4 Republicans voted no. Our Coconino County delegation voted unanimously for it. And this is a really big deal, to use a turn of phrase that the president has used before. This is a big deal. It's a historic investment in our nation's core infrastructure priorities, includes road, bridges, rail, water, the electric grid, and broadband. So based off of what was passed, the White House projects $550 billion in new spending over 5 years in implementation of the act. So what's in it? Well, so this is just to give you an idea of what comprises the IIJA. You can see that most of it, almost 52% of it, is transportation. Then you have water, followed by broadband, and then of course power and energy. Those are the big ticket items in the IIJA. Then you also have resiliency. Resiliency refers to projects that are meant to replace and rebuild infrastructure to make it resilient in the future. As many of you know, our infrastructure is aging around the country, and so the resiliency funding is meant to allow for resiliency, not only for aging, but also for threats and impacts such as climate change. In terms of transportation funding, this is what that 52% of transportation funding looks like. Roads and bridges at $110 billion. You can see there's money for transit, ports and waterways, electric vehicle chargers. And as you can see, these numbers are nothing to balk at. These are significant investments in our communities and in the transportation infrastructure for our country. Just to give a little bit more information on the transportation side, the IIJA also includes the Senate-passed Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act. These are bills that were moving through the Senate. Bipartisan committee passed Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act, which was really important to get done, as well as the Surface Transportation Investment Act. And then finally, the committee passed Energy Infrastructure Act, which passed committee, but that was included in this bill. So not only do you have those funding provisions, but you also have major reauthorization bills as well in the IIJA. As I indicated, I note this one for us because the $110 billion in new spending for roads, highways, and bridges has tremendous import for Coconino County and Arizona writ large. This is some information from the Office of White House, the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. So this is the provisions related to broadband. I know that broadband is a priority for the board, and there is significant investment in this area. So you're looking at $48 billion for broadband deployment. This will, I'll note some issues in the bullet points, expands broadband access in rural areas. There's $2 billion for the Rural Connectivity Reconnect program. Also note the increase in tribal broadband deployment, as well as middle mile broadband infrastructure. So this is $48 billion in addition to, like for instance, the $1 billion in middle mile broadband infrastructure. This would be in addition to any of the state funding that is also available on broadband initiatives. And then they're looking to spend $14 billion on internet affordability, which is to provide access to low-income Americans who are currently shut out of internet access just due to cost. Excuse me. And then digital equity and inclusion. They're also promoting digital equity and inclusion for communities that might not necessarily have the skills, technology, and support to take advantage of those broadband connections. So as you can see, the $65 billion in high-speed, affordable, and reliable internet will be very consequential, and those are major investments in that area that are of a high import to Coconino County and our priorities. Then I also wanted to turn your attention to the long overdue investments for climate, environment, and water infrastructure. $55 billion for clean water. Notice that resilience there, $50 billion to make communities safer and infrastructure more resilient. Notice there the $8 billion in funding to protect against wildfires, the $3.5 billion to protect against flooding, weatherization. Those are major items for Coconino County and potential funding opportunities there. And then also closing out is their clean energy and power at $65 billion and environmental remediation at $21 billion. It's the largest investment in tackling legacy in pollution among many others. And so they're also, notice there the $11 billion to reclaim abandoned coal mines, and then $4.7 billion to cap orphan oil and gas wells. Now, in terms of the implementation of the act, the implementation of the federal funding is going to depend upon the drafting within the bill and then the specific requirements for funds that the agencies put on and promulgate as part of the process. Right now, the county manager's office is working to identify those different funding sources and the requirements associated with them. The White House also has indicated for the executive branch agencies that will deploy the funding priorities and values for infrastructure implementation. So I'll try to be quick, but you can see deliver economic transformation for all communities, build resilience and respond to the climate crisis. They want to they're looking for things that are making infrastructure resilient. Of course, many of our initiatives would fit into that category, also incorporating sustainability and resilience. There's also the priority to advance equity and invest in underserved communities, which I think also applies to our county. It's to use infrastructure investment to redress past inequities. And then also, I would turn your attention to prioritize investments in disadvantaged communities, which we could certainly say that in some areas of our county that's true, and then create good jobs for marginalized and underrepresented workers. So you can see that and then of course, lastly, the strength and delivery capacity at all levels. And I'll also turn your attention to that last bullet, support our state, local, and tribal partners to successfully execute the bill's historic investments. So those priority and values really tie into our goals and our opportunity to draw down this funding. In terms of next steps, it's going to depend on the agency and the language within the IIJA. Several agencies have already been preparing for the passage of the act, the Department of Transportation, Commerce, Labor. We are currently evaluating the process for acquiring the funding and determining the process, determining the need and the interest among our departments. We are attending 3 briefings from the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs this week. We've already attended one related to transportation. We'll have one related to the Commerce Department tomorrow, and then the Labor Secretary later this week. And then in terms of the next steps for us, like I said, we're identifying those funding priorities. Public Affairs is going to work with the county manager's office and our departments to identify specific funding needs and sources, and then work with our federal team to understand that process and the rules for drawing down those federal funds along with the requirements associated with them. And then, of course, as always, we'd present updates to the Board of Supervisors for information and then possible action on IIJA funding as required. And so we would definitely keep you updated on all of the developments with IIJA funding implementation and the progress we're making on that. Before I move on to the state legislative update, are there any questions that I can answer on IIJA or the Build Back Better framework?
Any questions or comments? No, I can't see full screen, so I have to scroll. I'm not seeing hands raised. The only thing, just to throw out there is this is for all our departments, all our plans. There are certain terms that we want to incorporate into those. As we are going to be pursuing grants, it would make sense that we start to modify our targets associated with that. Okay, go ahead, Trey.
Sure, and then I'll be very quick with the state legislative update. Believe it or not, we're getting very close to the legislative session. There's less than 2 months before opening day. Pre-filing of bills will begin soon. It's November 15th, and then legislators are able to pre-file bills until the convening of the regular session, which is the second Monday in January. Major topics for the session are going to include, as you all are well aware, elections, water, education funding, COVID-19 response, some of the typical suspects we've seen in past years. But then, of course, one of the big items and the thing that we'll be watching is how the decision in Arizona School Boards Association v. State of Arizona will factor into the development of the budget and bills introduced. There are some in the Capitol community who claim that we're going to have even longer sessions because of that ruling and how it will impact the way the legislature crafts their what's known as the General Appropriations Act, which is like their feed bill, and then all of the budget reconciliation bills that I explained last week. So that's definitely going to factor into how the legislature develops the budget, and then that will also impact the bills, the number of bills introduced and the topics that we see. There's 2 vacancies that remain in the House. The replacement for Representative Becky Nutt. She resigned last week, effective last week. Cochise County Board of Supervisors will appoint her replacement. And then the replacement for Stephanie Stahl Hamilton, who is now in the Senate, is also still awaiting appointment. I want to note on that in the Green Book, it shows that she's in Clifton, but then I've seen that the Cochise County Board is the one who has to appoint, but Clifton is in Greenlee County. So I'm at this point, based off the information I've received, it's Cochise County. But if she does live in Clifton, it would be the Greenlee County Board of Supervisors, just to note that. And then just last slide, there was an ad hoc committee today from the legislature's ad hoc committee on forest and wildfire management. It was in Globe. They covered the Telegraph, Woodbury, and bushfires today. Just as a reminder, they also visited Flagstaff last month, and the Coconino County Flood Control District presented information to them. Obviously, have not had a chance to review this meeting yet, but we will report on any additional outcomes from this hearing that would impact our efforts on wildfire and wildfire response at the state level. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
All right, any questions for the board? I'll throw in a note and then we'll hop over to Patrice and Geronimo with big news that we have here. But my note would be, we do have County Supervisors Association meeting next week. Since we're on legislative, I'm putting my name up for one more year as as chairman of the Medium County Caucus. It'd be great if you can attend, then you push your I'm going to say vouchers, proxies. Oh my gosh, forward to help me out with that, or if you could attend, appreciate the support on that. Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair. I just had one thing that developed after I made the presentation, which is that the short-term vacation rental tax parity was presented at the ACO Board of Directors meeting, and it was adopted as a priority for ACO as an A priority. So good news to report there.
And we got to compliment Armando for all his good work on that. And it provides an opportunity for us to develop a strategy further with ACO endorsing. That opens up the potential for additional dialogue with the County Supervisors Association on this. All right. And then the other piece would be for proxies. Patricia, our LPC rep, alternate, if you could pass, if you're not attending, if you could pass the proxies for the regular meeting over to Patrice. I need to hop off because I'm tending to my daughter down there after the
And
meeting.
I will be there.
Okay. All right. Anything further from board members? Okay, just to point this out before they give you the big news. So we had our 2 senators and our congressman wanted a hush hush until they could come and deliver special news today. That's why, for the sake of the board, we weren't posted to go to the events today. But we had Supervisors Horstman and Supervisor Vasquez, along with Lucinda and Jay Smith, a team going out there, whether related to flood control and forest issues. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, members of the board. And yes, this was supposedly, and I think it was maintained to be very kept quiet because this was intended to be a very working meeting. I will try to make this quick, but it's really an unbelievable thing that Coconino County pulled off. And so we need to talk about this and let our public and our community know really what was done here today. As many of you know, and many of you, I know Supervisor Fowler and Begay and myself and our wonderful staff, Lucinda, Trey, and others, went back to WIR in Salt Lake. And we, at that time, the new chief of the Forest Service was speaking. And so county staff, Lucinda, I think you might have spearheaded this, said, if he's there, why don't we talk to him? And so we were amazingly able to basically get an hour meeting with him, and we're able to present to him the concerns that we have here in Coconino County and our residents, to take care of our residents given the museum flood, fire, flooding. And some of the other concerns we have is on forest restoration. And I can tell you that based on the impassioned presentation, I think that the supervisors who were present all made at this meeting, I think he was convinced that in fact our Coconino County's partnership with our Forest Service and our commitment with the Forest Service for forest restoration truly was extraordinary and something that is not usually experienced anywhere else in the country. And Lucinda kept using the word, "We're the poster child, we're the poster child." And I think actually he started to believe that in fact we are the poster child in terms of this county's commitment to our people in this county for forest restoration and forest management. And so one of his first acts as a forest chief was to contact the county and say, we want to come out and we want a tour. Well, that's great, except he was bringing everybody out with him. I have to say this is the first time that this type of team from the federal level, from the USDA to the Forest Service, to in fact the NRCS, to the county and the county staff and the city had ever really been together in one place at one time. And I'm going to give you just a little, because this is unbelievable. So there was, and I have to give great kudos to Lucinda and the county staff, who were the ones who set this up. And this was an incredible logistical challenge, and they did it perfectly. we had representatives from Senator Sinema's office, from Senator Kelly's office. We had Representative O'Halloran, who's always been a big supporter here in Coconino County, and his staff. From the USDA, we had Robert Bonney, Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Senior Advisor, Felix Munoz, Legislative Advisor, Merrill Harrell, the Deputy Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment, and of course, our very own Liz Archuleta. For the United States Forest Service, we had Randy Moore, again, Chief of the U.S. Forest Service, who now has, I think, become a friend of Coconino County. Chris French is Deputy Chief of the National Forest Service, and I'm going to mispronounce her first name, and she was just dynamite. Miko Martin, Southwest Forest Regional Forester. Elaine Corman, Southwest Deputy Regional Forester. Laura Jo West, Forest Supervisor. Matt McGrath, our District Ranger, and it goes on. And then from the NRC, we had Keisha Tatum and others. And then, of course, from Coconino County, myself and Geronimo Vasquez, Lucinda Andriani, Christopher Tressler, Sam Beckett, and Charlie Wilson. And from the City of Flagstaff, we had the mayor, Andy Bertelstein, Scott Overton, Becky Daggett, Regina Salas, and there was a wonderful support staff and additional attendees. So you can see this was an incredible high-level meeting from not only our congressional delegation, but from the USDA and also from the Forest Service. So the U.S. Forest Service and our county basically did a tour this morning. And again, I don't know how you pulled this off, Lucinda, but you did it. And what the tour consisted of, this group in what they called the buggies. So some of us for the very first time got to travel in the hotshot, green hotshot wagons that we have seen. And by the way, they really do smell like smoke. So they're the real thing. And we went out there and toured not only the Museum Fire Scar area and the flooding area that both occurred in District 1 and District 2, and got to take them through the neighborhoods to see the real heartbreak, quite frankly, that were done for so many of our residents, and also the work that had been done by Coconino County, both right after the fire, as well as the emergency funding that was spent for mitigation efforts to really take a look at what really occurred and what we need because of that museum fire scar and the flooding, and what's going to occur in the future if we do not take certain mitigation steps in watershed restoration. And then we also took those buggies out to the Schultz fire area and the mitigation that was done out there, and the alluvial fans, and some of the watershed restoration that was done out there as well. So they could see what's possible, and not only what's possible, but they could see what Coconino County actually did and what they were able to use forest restoration funds, or federal funds, I should say, EWPP and other federal monies, to actually make a difference for communities that were affected by these post-wildfire flooding. And I can tell you, it was an excellently choreographed, and let me tell you, it was choreographed with staff from the county, staff from the Forest Service, and staff from the city, who jumped on and off the buggies to provide input to all of our distinguished guests who were able to really get their feet on the ground as to what was occurring here in Coconino County and what we needed here in Coconino County. So my hats off to our wonderful staff. Lucinda, I just have to tell you, I don't know how you pulled this all off, and she pulled it off, and we did it on time. And that in and of itself was an unbelievable feat. So we were told before he came out, do not ask him to make a commitment. Don't ask him for money. He's just, this is boots on the ground. This is taking a look. And of course, our Forest Service representatives were all there as well. When we got through with that tour, we got off, we went back in, and he said, well, I said I wasn't going to do this, but I am making a commitment today of committing $3.5 million to the flood control district to be utilized on our Forest Service lands. This was the money that we were looking to and that the county staff had presented that we needed in order to do the the watershed restoration and some of the alluvial fan work that we needed there up on Forest Service land to help with our hopeful flood mitigation efforts as they flow into the city of Flagstaff. I think the county staff and Lucinda made it very clear, we didn't care where the money came from, we just needed the money. And he basically made a commitment for the $3.5 million to do this work on our Forest Service lands through the county, which of course takes away some of the red tape. And we said time is of the essence. We need to get this taken place before the start of the next monsoon season. The other, and yes, there's more. The bottom line was, as you know, we had also put in a request for about another 3.5 million, right around in there, for EWPP money, for NRCS funds to be used for private lands and for city lands and other work that needed to get done for forest restoration, again, to try to help mitigate some of the floodwaters before they came into the city of Flagstaff. We were informed by the NRCS, Keisha Tatum, state conservationist, that she had sent her recommendation to Washington, D.C. to support our request. And we are hopeful, in fact, we expect, but I'll say we're hopeful, but we expect that we will get an additional 3.5 million for this work as well. So I can say time well spent, energy well spent, job well done. And again, I just want to thank our county staff. And there's a second part of this, but before we get to the second part, Supervisor Vasquez may want to provide some information on this as well, since he and I were in the buggies on this tour.
But not just in the buggies, but also working hard on this issue.
Absolutely.
Geronimo, you've been doing quite a bit of work, please. And Patrice, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, today was a great day. It was a beautiful opportunity to meet with some federal folks and really advocate for our county and advocate for our citizens that have been impacted by the flooding. And I do want to commend this county staff for all their work and the logistics. It was well done. The federal officials that came were really impressed with first the presentation. Then we took them to Linda Vista and Grandview, then went through the Sunnyside, and they really got to see the impacts from the flooding. Then we went out to Schultz, and that allowed them to see what could be done with the alluvial fans and some of the work and how it's been successful once it was allowed to be enacted. And then we went to the burn scar itself and went up the mountain. And so you could really see the effects and how the water from way up there goes and gets eventually channeled all the way through into the residential areas of Flagstaff that have been impacted. And so it was very powerful. And we had the opportunity to speak with these officials and really advocate for what our community has been suffering, and they could see it. And they multiple times, several of them told me that the difference was seeing it in person. You know, a video, a report, pictures, slideshows, that didn't do it justice. Coming here and seeing it, they understood the full impact of what we've been dealing with. And they were very impressed with our collaboration with our community and the other partners to really deal with this situation. And so it was definitely a good day, and I really appreciate the hard work of everybody that was involved. And this was definitely a great result. So thank you, everyone.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn to Lucinda, check in with Trey or any other staff members, and then we'll swing back to Patrice because there's another piece to the day. Then we'll unfold it similarly associated with that. Lucinda?
Thank you, and thank you. It was a major team effort, and the team delivered today. And you know, as Supervisor Hirschman pointed out, before he came, he said they had told us there will be no decision. It's gone to general counsel and you'll get a decision sometime in the future. And I think both saying that, you know, if that it was his decision, it was their decision as to what funding they would use to support this, but that we needed a federal partner on this project. It wasn't going to be able to happen without that federal partnership and that federal funding. And, you know, he actually told me as we left to go on the tour, he said, boy, it all clicked when you said that. And then by the time he got back, he was ready to make the announcement. And he asked me, he said, can you really deliver this? And I said, you saw that we delivered, we will deliver. And so anyway, really excited about this opportunity and the other opportunity that's coming that she'll share as well. Thank you.
Went and muted. And Trey, did you want to add on this one? Okay, I'll go back to Patrice because there was a second part of the day. And a very important note. So we're our staff doing a wonderful job. Obviously, the Forest Service coming through and our regional foresters, the line officers out there, very cooperative spirit. But we also need to note that a lot of the tours today were coordinated through our federal representatives, Senator Sinema, Senator Kelly, and of course, Tom O'Halloran, our congressman. Patrice, for the second
and they
piece.
really made this happen. I mean, we had been pushing at the federal level to get a high level meeting, expecting it would be virtual. And they were really the ones that delivered to get them here. And they came in force and all were extremely appreciative of the opportunity to be here and learn more about what we're doing here through our partnerships, not only on flood mitigation and watershed restoration, but forest restoration as well.
Right.
And it was a beautiful day. It was a beautiful day to really highlight our communities. So, and this means so much for Coconino County and for the residents here of Coconino County, and so many people that have suffered because of the museum fire and the flooding, the resulting flooding. And really the threat, the existential threat, not so existential actually, that, you know, living here in the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world presents to all of our residents, and they got it. They saw it, they got it. So number two, and so as if it wasn't exciting enough in this morning, this afternoon, there was another very highly confidential hush-hush meeting. And this one was really put together primarily from our congressional delegation. Senator Sinema flew in for this, as did, of course, Tom O'Halloran was there, Representative O'Halloran, and of course the representatives from Senator Kelly's office, of course, were there, and of course all the forest folks. They also had invited our 4 FRI partners, the mayors, the board of supervisors, and other stakeholders from nonprofits and from industry that have been a part of the whole 4 FRI program here in Northern Arizona. We're all invited to this meeting. It was invitation only. And they were there to hear our county, I should say our USDA forest chief, Randy Moore, announce a new funding in redesigning strategy for the Forest Restoration Initiative. And with that, they acknowledged, of course, that they canceled the RFP process. They did not feel that that would provide the type of landscape scale forest restoration needed in the 4 FRI area in a timely and efficient and effective manner. So what happened was the agency committed, and this was because of what Trey was just talking about, because of the passage of the infrastructure bill, and there'll be hopefully more money available with the expected passage of Build Back Better. they committed to $54 million in fiscal year 2022 to accelerate the needs of implementing the high priority projects on 135,000 acres here in the Fort Fry area over the next 10 years. These specific highest priority projects include the Bill Williams Mountain, which we have been advocating for, and Chair Ryan, you've been such a strong leader on. The Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, the west slope of the San Francisco Peaks, which we know is so important in terms of maintaining and our communities all the way from the north part all the way into downtown Flagstaff. There is a lot more that they committed to, including acreage, 300 to 350,000 acres on the Coconino and Kaibag forest treatment over 20 years. And I know that the Forest Service has just moments ago released a extensive press release that goes into some of the specifics. So I won't go through that now, other than to indicate that they are looking to Region 3 as the first priority for the forest restoration projects in the country. And they are looking to our Fort Fry area here as the #1 priority. We are, what they said is, we're there, we are going to be their model, and we are going to be what is going to be promoted, this model promoted for the rest of the country with regards to forest restoration. A tremendous commitment. It puts our Fort Fry efforts, our forest initiative right there at the forefront of this country for forest restoration, and provides the funding, the commitment, and they basically said they're going to use every tool in the federal government's toolbox to get this done. So we aren't going to get bogged down by bureaucracy and bogged down by all of the various efforts and protocols one needs to do within the federal government. They're going to look to different contracting methods. They're going to look to different partnerships. They're going to look to industry to try to get this done and get this accomplished so that we can be the model for the rest of the country for forest restoration. It is, again, a huge compliment to the Fort Fry efforts. I know this is something that has been worked on by the board members way before some of us ever got on this board, and we want to acknowledge the hard work and leadership of so many of the past supervisors, Art Babbitt, Liz Archuleta, as well as, of course, Chair Ryan and Vice Chair Lena Fowler. This is really the culmination of a lot of hard effort and hard work and a recognition that we can do things differently, and we must deliver for our community, and we must deliver for this country. So it's a wonderful opportunity. I'm sure we'll be getting some press on it. And I want to just thank again the county staff and the commitment of this county staff. Really, Schultz, after Schultz and the Schultz post-wildfire flooding, we really, and I say we, it's a royal we, I wasn't here. I was just a volunteer for United Way. But for the efforts that were done and the partnerships that were forged and what was learned on forest restoration and forest restoration efforts by our county staff and our supervisors, current and past, really has paid off, and this was the result. So, and I know it's very possible that Lucinda may have something more to say on this, but again, congratulations, job well done, well deserved, and now we got to make this happen. We have to deliver this.
And again, a lot of effort on our congressional contingent. Really appreciate a big push on this. So Lucinda, did you have additional comments on this?
Just quickly, I'll let Jay make a few comments, but I really want to thank the Flood Control District Board of Directors leadership on this. We have stood out as one of the very, very few government entities that has really supported restoration. And so, that comment I meant about making us a poster child, or we are, they're really recognizing that and acknowledging the investment that's been made and will continue to be made, and we will need to continue to make to get this critical work done. But their inclusion of these steep slope acres is really important, and it's expensive acres, and they understand that, and they understand we have to get it done. So, and I really want to thank Jay Smith for his leadership on this whole effort. Really huge. And certainly Supervisor Horstman working on Forefry and prior efforts, by Chair Ryan. This is, frankly, as an outcome to Forefry, this is a really positive outcome for us and what we need to be doing for our communities. Thank you.
All right. And, we'll note others, it's 20 years of work. Supervisor Begay wants to make a comment, and then I'll turn to Jay. Go ahead, go ahead, Judy.
Okay, I'm glad this presentation is being done, and it takes a lot of people to say the right words and times like this to make things happen, and things take a long time, to come to fruition, and then also. But one thing I really wanted to say is that Jay Smith did a presentation over there, and there was a lot of people that were so happy with that. It was like a model that he showed that it's working, and all the efforts and all the stuff that went into it. And I think I really applaud him for that. He did a real good job up there, and he was the talk of the afternoon once he did his presentation, and I heard it here and there. And you said you're so fortunate to have Lucinda and Jay and your staff and your board, and it was really nice. I think that was a real good compliment. But anything Patrice said, others that have said, made comments here this evening, I'm really glad. I'm so proud of each and everybody that's been involved in this whole process. So thank you very much.
All right, very good comments. Surround yourself with good people. Jay?
Well, sorry, you caught me kind of off guard in my vehicle, but thank you, Chair and members of the board. Obviously this starts with you guys, with Chair Ryan, with former Supervisor Liz Archuleta and Art Babbitt, really pushing for the county to be involved. And without that, if we weren't doing what we were doing, I don't think any of what happened today would have happened. It was all because of the involvement, the pushing that we do, but also the investment that we've made. And it's the investment that I think was highlighted today by the Chief of the Forest Service, by Congressman O'Halloran and Senator Sinema. They all recognized that we have our chips in the game, that we're not just sitting by waiting on the Forest Service or the federal government or anybody to make the move. We're pushing, we're funding, and we're playing a vital role that is shared stewardship, what they've been talking about. So, it's a team effort with all of us at all levels of the county. And it's, to me, today paid off. It's showing that it is all paying off now, that I really think we're going to make some leeway, some good headway to protecting our communities. And that's what we're all here to do, is protect our communities. So thank you.
Right on. I owe about $1 of quarters now with my mute on that. So for the sake of the public or those that have joined us, we're still in our special session, but this is really a historic day with the announcements that you're hearing from our fellow supervisors that attended the events, and a lot of work that yes, we as a county put forward, our flood control put forward, but regional partners, as noted, former supervisors, you keep adding to it, Deb Hill, Manny Metzger, Paul Babbitt, the list goes on, and I'm going to miss somebody out there on it. A lot of work, a lot of going back to Washington, pushing for it, but it really takes a team to come together. Historic news that's coming forward. So, and very important that this is where our federal contingent came through. They definitely did to bring money on the federal side. So a lot of work to be done now. Steve, another one to add to the list there. Juggling bowling balls was the analogy earlier today with that. So we were supposed to start our regular session at 6 o'clock. We have some of us that have been going from 4 o'clock, not only board members, but people behind the scenes. I think it's important that we take a 5-minute bio break before we come back and we start our regular session. So if we could come back at 6:45, that would be good. Yeah, go. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Fallon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for representing us at these meetings today. It is a historical event that is amazing. And Jay was hired just for this. The board made a commitment and the position was created because of just the situation that we're in. And so Steve, you were here when this all started, and now you come back and here we are. We have another major project on your plate, but this time it is actually going to be doing some more work on the other side of the mountain. So yeah, and I'm really, there's just the forethought of all the past supervisors that has made a commitment to this community, to this county, to save lives, livelihoods, and just really save the county dollars. And that was always a challenge. We always had all kinds of discussion. Is this the right thing to do? We always struggle with it. And yet here it is. We are we're at a point where it has paid off. Fry, that darn thing, it's been struggling up and down, and we just the whole region would just be so, it was such a craziness that happened with Fry, and now here it is back on the table again, but in a different fashion and outside thinking. The other thing too is that administration at the top level makes a difference. The commitment to the local communities at the highest administrative position, and to be able to make a commitment to communities, that makes a difference. And that's what's going on right here. And that's part of this Build Back Better. And what does that mean? And that's what we're having that question right now. Tomorrow we'll be having that discussion. To the administration that is in office right now, that's what this is. That's what this means. And we have Tom O'Halloran, our congressman, is right there with us at every turn. I'm so impressed with him. And he's been fighting on our behalf. And Senator Kelly, same thing. I'm really, really happy for that they came out. And I know they're always fighting for us there. And that is really great. So thank you so much. And this is a great day. I wish all the other supervisors were here to celebrate with us. At some point, I think we should bring them all together when we all can, and just really thank them for their work and their just these ideas that have come about. And then we've had private sector that's been part of the team, giving us ideas. And so, and Lucinda and her staff, we just really learned a lot, even from other counties, going to other counties and learning from them. So this has been a collective county effort, and it's really paid off. So Thank you, Patrice, Supervisor Horseman, for being there, and for Geronimo for representing us, and Supervisor Vespes. I think I'm supposed to say supervisor. But anyway, just wonderful. Thank you. And thank you for Lucinda and Jay and team and all the other partners that we have in our region here. So our public lands are very important. It is very important for us to make sure that we maintain, we take care of our public lands on behalf of the public, and making sure that our communities are safe. So thank you so much.
Yes, and there are too many in the partnership to enumerate everybody, but you know, special shout out to our local Forest Service as well on that. So let's readjust that. Let's come back at 6:50, and then we'll start our regular session. That we should have begun at 6 o'clock. I'm keeping to the schedule Judy wanted me to have today. So anyway, we'll be back at 6:50. All right, thank you. All right. I should come back. Could you come up on screen just so we can see you're out there, please? Okay, I see Judy, Patrice, and Nina. There's Geronimo out there. Give it just a little bit longer, and I'm going to get it going. While we're waiting for Geronimo to come back, oh, there he is. Fantastic. Just note for public attending the meeting, and I know we have staff out there also. Meeting was intended to start at 6 o'clock. We had a carryover with a special announcement during our special session earlier with a lot of great work coming forward on national forests associated with forest treatment as well as flood control. We are now, I'll go ahead and call the regular session to order. And the first item of business in the regular session is the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. So could you please rise and join me? And if you don't have a flag present, face to the east. So just give people a second to go ahead and do that. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh my gosh, I'm panicking ever since I messed up 2 weeks ago. It's like I just having one of those moments there. Okay, next item of business is a call to the public, and call to the public is a courtesy that I have some banging going in the background. So can you check your mute, please? So the call to the public is a courtesy the board offers the public to bring an item to our attention that is not on our agenda. And we'll have Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, to explain how to use the call to the public. Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to say something now during the call to the public, there is a raise hand icon with the hand picture at the bottom of your screen. And if you click on that, then that will raise your hand so that we know you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Ryan, it looks like no one has their hand raised. And we do not have any emails in the board comment email box. Oh, you're muted, Chair Ryan.
There we go. Thank you, Lindsay. So with that, we'll go ahead and close the call to the public and move to rest of the business here. Next item that we have is item 6, consideration of possible action to approve a proclamation supporting the United Way Step Up for Our Community campaign. And Steve Peru will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's my honor and privilege to be able to present this proclamation for board consideration. I also want to mention that Carol Dykes, CEO of United Way, is with us this evening. And so Carol's on, and I believe others. But again, Sybil Smith from United Way is in the attendees. So United Way is, of course, an organization that has been in the United States for literally decades. Well over 100 years old, doing excellent work in communities from its very meager beginnings in Denver, Colorado, at the very start of the industrial age there. United Way has been filling the need of communities throughout the United States, and now we're worldwide. So again, it's my honor. I do want to kind of show my little fashion show. So I've got my United Way jersey on, and you can see it. So I got this back. I had this was given to me when I was a county manager the first time around. And I've kept this with me, and I usually have it on my chair. And then I was blessed to be able to join Carol and Heidi and Christine and Elaine and Sybil on the staff of United Way for several years. And through that time, my appreciation and commitment to the good work has really deepened. United Way, of course, provides services and coverage to the counties here in Northern Arizona, Coconino, Navajo, and Apache counties, and it does it through partnerships. This past year, with the flooding that has taken place here in Coconino County, we once again have relied on United Way. And I want to rewind very quickly back during Schultz. When flooding began, I remember one morning, like 5 in the morning, driving out to the flood area and trying to figure out what do we do with volunteers? How do we coordinate donation management? All of those things that emergency managers and county managers and everyone thinks about. And I called United Way then led by Carrie Bloom and an excellent board. Explain what we needed, and they were on, and they've been with us ever since. This past summer was, of course, part of that as well. With the Museum Fire and Flood, United Way has been there providing volunteer management coordination, which was really, again, needed for mobilizing, organizing, putting to good use the volunteer efforts of our entire community, again, rallying around the need to be of assistance. So I'll read the proclamation, Mr. Chair, turn it back to you for comments from the board, and we'll go from there. So with my honor, I present to you a proclamation, United Way Northern Arizona Step Up for Our Community campaign. Whereas 2020 was an incredibly difficult year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas there are still urgent needs to address because of the pandemic, and Coconino County believes that all citizens should enjoy healthy, meaningful lives. And whereas it takes every part of the community, including individuals, businesses, organizations, to supply the passion, expertise, and resources needed to create lasting change for the better. And whereas last year, Coconino County employees generously contributed their volunteer energies, as well as over more than $14,000. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of building a stronger community, we do hereby support the United Way of Northern Arizona's Step Up for Our Community campaign and urge all employees and citizens to participate by donating to the campaign, signed and sealed this 9th day of November 2021, Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
All right, and I'll go ahead and call for the vote, and then after that, we'll go ahead and get comments and see if Carol would like to provide comments also. First piece would be, would anybody care to make a motion? Supervisor Horstman.
It'd be my great honor to make a motion to accept the proclamation of United Way of Northern Arizona's Step Up for Our Community campaign.
I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. And so just actually turn to board members. Comments. Actually, I want to go to, let's go to Carol, because part of it's the Step Up campaign too. So I think it would be helpful to provide that background as well. So Carol, I'm going to put you on the spot out there. We have Carol Dykes, our administrator of and
There you go.
there you go. Coming up, I see a hand.
Your camera's live, Carol. You just need to pull
I'm
it
sorry,
down.
I'm on my iPad. It's not working.
We can see the top of your head.
I can't see anything.
There you are.
Am I there?
There you go.
No, okay. Let me hold that. Okay. Well, thank you, Steve, and for supervisors. I really appreciate this. We're very excited and excited about the proclamation. That was very sweet, and we're very honored for this. The running this campaign, and we appreciate your participation in this and asking everybody to contribute. As we know, the community really needs the efforts. The food centers come to us and said, we need jelly. We're out of jelly. We can't make sandwiches for those on the go. The shelter needs laundry soap so they can do the laundry for the folks that are in the beds at night, so they have a good place to lay their heads. So there's still need out there, like Steve said. So we greatly appreciate this and excited to be part of the team. So thank you so much. Is there any questions?
There we go. Turn to the board for questions. Or actually, we could have comments too. So the Step Up campaign is a big fundraiser. We also have it within our organization, and there'll be outreach within the organization to see if people would like to participate. But as Carol was explaining, there are many different facets where you can contribute by your choice associated with that. And I, every once in a while we get in a competition with the city of Flagstaff to see who raises more money. I'm suggesting if we lose, we get either the mayor or Supervisor Vasquez to wear a cheerleading outfit.
Yeah, Matt, I've seen you in a cheerleading outfit many years ago. It was for Flag High.
I think it should be the mayor and the chair.
I'm welcoming our new leadership here. So, all right. But really, as you can see, United Way has been a very good partner as a nonprofit agency in areas that we may not have the expertise to cover over the years. So I'll turn to other board members.
Sure. I'd just like to say thank you to the United Way for all the efforts through the flooding and the response and all the hard work on top of all the other great work that United Way does in the community, organizing all those volunteer days, put sandbags and, coordinating all that effort after the flooding. That was amazing. I really appreciate all your hard work. Thank you for all those contributions and supporting our community the way that your program does. So I'm really pleased that we were able to provide this proclamation and give you the kudos and respect that you deserve for the work that you do in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the support.
All right, other board members. Supervisor Bush.
Well, United Way has always been there for our community. Certainly for as long as I can remember, and that goes back quite a ways. And it's just wonderful for the county to be part of the Step Up campaign. I know so many of our employees provide their energy and their time and their commitment and have through many of the emergencies the United Way has been there for our communities about, as well as to put some of their hard-earned money to help United Way continue their mission and continue their outreach for so many of our community members and who are in need. So, I can say, Carol, your staff, and I know Sybil, or I saw she was on, don't know if she still is, who has been such an incredible volunteer for United Way and a volunteer coordinator when we have needed volunteers to help in our community. So kudos to you all, and I'm very proud as a member of the county team to step up. So thank you so much, and really so happy, Chair and County Manager, that you brought this proclamation to the board's attention.
Thank you, Patrice. We can't do this work without our volunteers. So thank you to Sybil Smith and all the volunteers out there.
All right. Other supervisors. All right. So,
So, Mr. Chair, thank you to United Way for always supporting Flagstaff. They're always there for Flagstaff every step of the way. So that's really great. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Lena.
and Supervisor Begay, you're still muted.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Well, thank you, Carol, for being here. And I'm really glad that you brought the small commission before us to consider and, giving you the opportunity to, show that, it's been acknowledged by the County Board of Supervisors. We did a quarterly report to the communities in our papers here, and I did put you guys down as United Way, thanking you guys, and all others that I felt that, really contributed to during the flood season. So, and it takes a lot of work to do anything with nonprofit organizations or even on your own, to really take it to heart and help, people that are in need and then in back, you get things back in a thousandfold. My family's been doing a lot of nonprofit work and community efforts and stuff like that. So I know, and sometimes, you have to start, by giving or giving out everything out of your own pockets. But in the long run, people see what you're doing and they start to come forth and they start to help you. So I'm just thankful that, we do have this organization among others that are out there helping, the community that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. It does take a community working together with a strong partnership like we have with the county. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, Carol, and Sybil and everybody. There are a lot of people involved in the efforts. So we're running a little behind, so I'll kind of move on to our next item. Next item is item number 7. And this is to recognize the appointment of Esler Musta as Elections Director, Assistant County Manager. And I'll turn this over to Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at actually both of those recognitions for Esler Musta, Elections Director, Assistant County Manager, also recognizing Mr. Tom Hanachek, who is now removed the interim title away from Director of Facilities Management. These two individuals, and Tom's on camera, Esler's with us today. Esler first, he's been with the county for a number of years, has held positions in different departments, and he certainly has, shown his ability and his eagerness and his passion for county government. He always wants to learn more about certain things. He takes on a lot of different things that really excite him. And to Esler's credit, he also served as the interim elections director in 2020. And at that time, we were in between leadership, and he rose. He put himself out there. Not an easy year to volunteer to be the elections director, admittedly, in a profession that has always been important. Elections is a county affair here at Coconino County. Everyone's involved, from the election staff, Public Works helps deliver, Sheriff's Department helps transport ballots. Then, our polling place at the bottom of Havasupai has been written up and reported on nationally as probably one of the more remote polling places. And way back when Bill Towler was our community development director, if we had a good full moon lit election eve, he would run the ballot out by moonlight in order to get to the top of the hill to meet a sheriff's deputy, to get those ballots back to Flagstaff. I mean, it is such a beautiful, it is truly really cool. And we have department overseers in all. I have a very strong affinity to Navajo Mountain. That was my polling place. I went out there every 4 years. I went out the night before. I slept in the building. I took some wood, a couple of buckets of chicken, and it was good. And again, that is the beauty of our elections function here. And so it excites me. And I'm probably more excited than Esler is. That's how excited I am about this. And then to put all this into a leadership, the staff out at elections is awesome. I want to credit our recorder, Patty Hansen, who has taken on elections since 1997, Patty Hansen, and then Candy Owens. I was the elections person back in 1997 that said, why don't we move this over to the recorder? And that's a model that's worked since then. Now we've kind of come back kind of full circle. Elections is coming back to the manager's board clerk's office, and we needed to have a leader in an individual. So we've asked Essler to rise to the occasion again, also taking on another title of assistant county manager to really look at all the things that he's very good at, and open up that ability and that opportunity for him to do a lot of things here at the county, along with Wendy, the election staff, Alyssa, you name it. We have such a great team there. So really excited. And so I'm very happy, as you can see, and excited, as you can see, to be making this recommendation to the board for Essler Musta as our elections director, assistant county manager. So with that, Mr. Chair, I can talk about Tom Hanachek next, and we can kind of do it together. I don't know that there's an action, as it is more of just a recognition. So let me move on to Tom. I put out an email a few weeks ago announcing his appointment. I listed that he's a Renaissance person. He's been a Peace Corps volunteer in Africa. He is a certified arborist. He's an accomplished gardener. He's on the fire district board out at Mountain Air. He just does a lot of different things. And for him to come to us from Rhode Island, I think, no, Connecticut. Now, one of the starts with, hey,
one of those little states.
One of those little, yeah, our county is bigger than the state he came from. Let me put it that way. To come to Coconino County and under Sue Brown's leadership, she brought him here. He's an amazing individual. Sue, can you quickly say like 5 words about how good Tom is?
No.
Okay.
Not 5. Not enough of, there's not enough time for me to go on about both of them.
Yeah. So they both actually worked under Sue. And so we kind of credit back to Sue for growing great talent here at the county. So it's my pleasure, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, to present our recognition of Essler Musta in his role as elections director, assistant county manager, and also Mr. Tom Hanachek as no more interim. He is the facilities management director for Coconino County. So I'm excited. I get so excited when I'm talking about this team we have. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll probably add that I met Steve Peru when he was in the elections thing, right? Working at the VFW once upon, and my place was the university.
Yeah, Matt Ryan 30 years ago was a poll worker in Flag IHD on North Campus.
Yeah.
I trained him well. Look what he's doing now.
That's right. There you go. Actually, a great opportunity for what I like to say is our next generation, but really neat to see both of these jobs. I want to give Essler just a moment to comment, follow up with Tom, really put you guys on the spot there. Essler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board and county manager. I'm very grateful about this opportunity. I'm grateful to be serving in this new role with the county and the county. I've been with the county for 15 years now, and it's very much part of me. And I take it with pride. And I want to say thank you and appreciate the trust and help that I've gotten throughout my career at the county, and the help that I've gotten from everyone. And I'm just hoping that I can rise to the occasion and serve such a community building activity that we do with elections. So thank you for the opportunity.
All right, and Tom.
Hey, good evening. I had a 45-minute speech prepared, but seeing that you're running a little bit late, I think I'll just hold off here. Steve and the butler came from Rhode Island. I'm from Connecticut, so you got that. Chair Ryan, members of the board, I am honored to have the opportunity to serve as a facilities management director. We have an amazing staff that does a lot of amazing work every day behind the scenes. And I'm looking forward to the challenge. And I definitely appreciate, like Musa said, I echo the same sentiments. I appreciate your all's confidence in me to be able to fulfill the mission of this job. So thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you, and most definitely good luck to you. Just run through the board real quick. Supervisor Horseman.
Well, both of you have been such wonderful assets here to Coconino County. And as you move into these new positions, I'm just so pleased to see both of you take a little bit more leadership responsibility on behalf of the county, because you both have provided such important service, and just seeing you move your career forward makes me very happy, and continues our service to our community and our residents here in Coconino County. Thank you both. Thank you for your commitment and your dedication here to Coconino County. Really appreciate both of you.
Right, Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure. Well, I just want to congratulate both of you. Well deserved. In my time working with both of you, I've appreciated your professionalism and your leadership styles. They're different, but they're both very, very good leadership styles. And I appreciate your work and what you contribute to the county. So thank you for taking on this new responsibility.
All right, Supervisor Beget.
Good evening, Eslar and Tom. I just want to say I'm looking forward to opportunities to really work with you on a lot of areas, and I really don't know both of you right now, but you know, I've seen you in the building, and I'm willing to work with you, and welcome aboard. And you know, there's a reason why you were hired. People believe in you, and you know that you will be carrying out the duties and responsibility to the fullest to assist the county here. So thank you very much.
And Vice Chair Fallon. Hope you're muted, Lena.
And I am muted. Well, thank you so much. And then I just want to thank you so much for your just stepping up and being able to be the leader that you are, you know, the way we see you. And in our region, you know, there are, when you take a hike, you have your backpack and you have your, you know, all the tools that you need. And it's a beautiful day and flat. And then all of a sudden there's a canyon, walking through the canyon, walking through the water, river, smelling the air. It's really great. Then all of a sudden you're in the slot canyon, and it's closing in on you. And then you walk out of that again. All of a sudden it opens up, and then you back up and you have to climb, and you're sweating, and you back up again. And then, you know, you can even go out and go run the Colorado River, and just those exhilarating experience that you can have. And I believe that leadership is that experience. And that's what you are. You already have experience. You already have done that. And now you're entering that into that. Sometimes it's just like walking buckskin. And there it is, sit right in front of you. It really smells. You don't want to go through it. You know it's going to be above your head, so you have to hold your backpack way up high. And your nose, I don't know, either it's in or out, you know. But you're able to get on the other side, and that evening, it is fun to go back and say, do you remember that? I barely made it. And you dry off. Next day, it's like a brand new day, and that experience was the biggest news ever. So I want you to have fun, which you already are doing. You've done, I really enjoy working with you. And I just look forward to watching you hiking these canyons and hiking the peaks and coming back down, and just be exhilarated and just be refreshed all the time. That's the way I look at leadership. Thank you.
Monumental points in life. in that smelly pool called the cesspool in Bear Canyon Gulch. I know where you are.
Those
But,
things are hard to go through, but it's
yeah.
on the other, when you get on the other side.
Yeah, I grew with 4 kids. Let's see, but really great opportunity for each of you, and we look forward to you continue to grow in the organization. Great examples for others throughout the organization, providing opportunities. So well done, Steve. Good luck to you guys. Next item of business we need to move on is the consent agenda. Consent agenda are items that are routine in nature. We may have seen them in work sessions, or they might be a renewal of a contract. We take a single motion. The items we have are items 9 through 17. Unless a board member would like to separate an item. Is there any item a board member would like to separate?
Yes, I'd like to separate item 11, please.
Item 11, Supervisor Vasquez. Any others?
I believe mine is 12. I don't, yeah. Well,
Okay, item 12. Any others?
Number 14, it's, the rest is the same as 14, so I just want to make a comment about that. Thanks.
Okay, 11, 12, 14. Anything else? So we have, we're listed for items 9 through 17, but we've been asked to separate items 11, 12, and 14. Anybody care to make a motion in that manner? I need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Supervisor Horstman.
I second it then.
All right. Was that I didn't hear the verbal from Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I will go ahead and move that we accept the consent agenda and with 9 through 17, withdrawing 11, 12, and 14 for further consideration.
And that was Vice Chair's second, correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. So we have item number 11, Supervisor Vasquez, and I believe we have a special guest here today associated with this.
We do.
So I'll turn it over to you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure, I'm really excited today to bring forth this this proposal of CI funds to support technology use at Killip Elementary School. We originally tried to get this funding for Killip in last school year, but because of the delays and changes of our system, it got delayed, and then the flood hit and they got moved to a new building. And so this funding is even more important now to help support their technology needs. And so I'm really pleased to be able to be here tonight and introduce Principal of Killip, Joe Gutierrez, my former boss for 14 years and someone that I admire and that was part of my formation and my professional formation. And Killip is seen as a model STEM school and cutting edge, and it's because of the leadership, because of Joe and the team that he's built around himself over these years. And so it's really cool to see Killip thriving despite any obstacles. This year was really difficult for the kids, having to be in a new space, the new building being retired a year earlier than anticipated. And then with the new building coming and whatnot. And so I'd like to first off just give kudos and thanks to Killip and its staff, for everybody at Killip for taking care of the community and powering through such a difficult times, and just know that we're working to support as much as we can. And then hand it over to Joe just to say a few words. So Joe.
Okay, hi all. Thank you for having me here. Chairman Ryan, members of the board, County Manager Peru. And before I get started, I would just like to congratulate Carol Dykes and United Way. That's an awesome proclamation and very well deserved. There's a few things I want to talk about today. Number one, as Supervisor Vasquez has mentioned, the support for technology at Killip. going through COVID, for the time that we've been going through, being set back away from school into virtual learning. We discussed the possible achievement gaps as far as academics is concerned. But when we moved into virtual learning, we experienced the technology gaps that our students and families already experience. And so this would really help us support students, our families. We have families who can't afford CenturyLink or Suddenlink, and we provided as many hotspots as possible. And then also a piece of this is also the professional learning for teachers. We were thrown into virtual learning overnight, and we're still working towards providing a strong virtual platform for our students. And this funding will help support that. Also, as evidence of what we do at Killip, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, for your kind words, but it's a team effort, as it has been mentioned here. Hero was part of the team for 14 years, as he stated, and our 21st Century program is what it is because of the work that we were able to do together. But we have a student who, like I mentioned, is a former Killip student. He is a Coconino High School junior, and this weekend he will be sponsoring the También lo puedo hacer, which translates to I can do it too, because he is an example of a student that started at Killip in kindergarten and is working forward and becoming very successful. Oscar was highlighted as the STEM Student of the Year. He is the Northern Arizona representative to the Arizona State Governor, serving as a student ambassador. And Oscar and the Coconuts will be sponsoring this event this weekend at Coconino High School. And again, I like to highlight this because he is a product of Killip, and he is a product of the work that we do at Killip. I am really just as excited as you are to hear with the achievements that have been made towards the museum fire and the flooding that took place after. At Killip, we are victims of that flood. We were displaced because of the activities that took place from the flooding. And I can, I can say that, displacing 350 students, 65 staff members, it was tough. And, we're still working on trying to get internet connectivity in that building so that we are able to provide our students with the experiences that they need. And the new Killip school is right on target so far. If you have noticed, the school has been demolished, or is very likely will be demolished here within the next couple of days. And as bittersweet as it is, out with the old, in with the new. We are really excited about the new building and having the opportunity to continue providing a strong education for our students in Sunnyside. And with that, if you have any questions, I'll make myself available. If not, again, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity. And all of your hard work is truly appreciated.
All right, well, questions of the board? I'll turn back to Veronica.
All right. Well, thank you, Joe. Really appreciate it. And, you know, all your hard work and your staff's hard work, like you said, a team effort to provide the best learning experience for these children, you know, and when we talk about the tours that we did today, you know, the displacement of children was one of the contributing factors for the decision today, you know, and so, you know, thank you for all your hard work for taking care of these children through this traumatizing situation and providing these services. So with that, I'd like to make a motion. Oh.
Yeah, before you do, just a comment. Joe, it's so great to see you. You know, just as a community leader, you're always sharing with everybody else, but you are just such a special element of your community, the families out there, the support that you provide. And it's very tough years that you had to walk through. Appreciate you coming and telling us about you know, the pressures that have been placed upon you and the community out there. But really welcome you and appreciate that you're here. And you have a star performer that you help raise over here that's helping us out. So I think he's ready to make a motion. Go ahead, Haran.
Sure, thank you. All right, well, I'd like to make a motion that we accept $5,000 of community initiative funds to Killip for their technology use moving forward.
I have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Good luck to you.
Thank
Great.
you for all your work for our community.
Thank you.
All right, next we have item number 12. And item number 12 was separated by Supervisor Begay. Judy?
Thank you, Chair Ryan and rest of the board and people that are still on the Zoom. And I just wanted to say a few words about this particular item that's on the agenda. As you know, this is the third annual Arizona Statewide Tribal Veterans Symposium. And their theme for this year is One Team, One Fight, Supporting Resilience and Healing for the Future. It's going to be held on Thursday and Friday. And it's from 1 to 3 p.m. and 3 to 7 on day 1, Thursday, and day 2 from 7 to 3. It's going to be at the Twin Arrows Casino Resort. And there's going to be a gourd dance, and there's going to be panel discussions like with tribal veterans testimonies, educational presentations, and then virtual claims clinic and center mobile unit. And then also resource tables, which is we're part of from the county. So I just want to say that from the Board of Supervisors, we got 250 tumblers. If Mr. Peru, if you can show your little tumbler that you have, and I believe it's got some wording on there that, yeah, I can't read it.
You're muted.
So it says Coconino County Board of Supervisors, November 11th through 12th, the third annual Arizona Statewide Tribal Veterans Symposium. So that's the wording on it.
And then we also got a plaque to present during that time, during the meeting, during the 2-day session. And then I just want to thank District 1 for helping with the donation to this cause. And as you know, that I always talk about the veterans and how highly and how we really all are appreciative of what they've done for us out there as they went to service and in different departments and stuff like that. So, and then also on another hand, we have other people in the community that are getting some throw blankets together so that they can give them that. And then plus they're also getting some items together in little bags. And here at the office, Steve and Susan, they've also put in a little bag together, you know, trying to take to give out to the veterans out there. So I think, this next year might be a bigger version of what's going to be here, but I think, these are people from all over the counties that we serve, even in the whole, the state of Arizona. So I just want to say, there is an amount that says approve a budget adjustment from District 4 Supervisor Community Initiative Funds for $2,204.09 to County Manager's Office for sponsorship materials for the 3rd annual Veteran Symposium. So we asked for the county's manager's credit card. So that's how we got all these items together, because of the time frame that we had to get everything together. So I'm all excited, and I'm real happy to be part of this effort. And we just want to have everyone know that the county was involved, and that that's how the presentation is going to be. So thank you very much for your hard work, and I know that that this is just a small token for what they had to go through, sleepless nights and not eating for days, and just a lot of stuff that they did for us. Some of them never made it home. So and that's the reason why I think next year I really would like to be more involved, but I cannot solicit a donation. So that's why other people that know about this are putting things together on the side, but they want to make it bigger next year. So I want to thank the different like the Holly Figuera and Shondon Tracy, Facility Rural Health Coordinator with the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, and caseworker Paulette Yazzie, and Tom O'Halloran staff, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and the Veteran Center have they put this effort together to have this happen. So thank you very much.
All right. Item 12, Supervisor Begay, would you care to move this item?
I so move.
Second.
I have a second motion by Supervisor Begay, a second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? Not opposed. Motion carries. Next item that we have is item number 14, and who separated that one? Was that you, Lena? Vice Chair Fowler? Yeah, that's right. Okay, there we go.
I called Kim earlier, and this is a really important project. We've been talking about our schools. We've been talking about just the impact. We just had a presentation on the impact on schools, either weather related or just a pandemic. It's been really challenging for schools, and I'm just really happy about this. I think this is such a great project for various schools, and I'd only pull one of them. And I thought maybe Kim or Michelle, someone from the health department, can talk a little bit more. Maybe you, Steve, talk a little bit more about this, because I think it's so important for us to support our public schools, and this is just such a great.
And Mr. Chair, we do have Kim Musselman with us today, so she can provide some background on it, if we could, please.
Hi, good evening,
All
Chair
right.
Ryan, Supervisor Fowler. I apologize, I'm not able to come on camera, but thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. Yes, we're really excited about this. This was part of a vaccine equity grant that we were able to secure, and we had 4 of our school districts who opted in to participate on this grant with us. Page Unified being one of them, Flagstaff Unified School District, Maine Consolidated School District, and the Fredonia School District. And we are still waiting on a couple of the other contracts, specifically from Maine Consolidated and Fredonia. And so we are very excited that this is going forward. This will allow the schools to hire either a nurse or a vaccine coordinator to work with the schools and help with COVID vaccinations as well as other vaccinations. So we are very pleased with this, and this is an exciting opportunity. So thank you, and we're excited to bring it forward to the board to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Turn back to Supervisor to Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kim, and I see Michelle on there too. I think that this is just very creative to be able to reach out to our public schools and really having and helping our school system with these vaccines and part of it is education, and that's the part that we keep talking about. Once you have the students' attention, they can take it out into the community to their family and stuff. So anyway, I just really thought that this was such a great project. I only pulled one of them, but I just want to just highlight it. So thank you so much. Thank you, Kim, to you and your team there. Thank you.
Right. And before we go on, actually, Supervisor Wilson needs to note unique situation. Supervisor Horst.
Yes, just for the record, I need to abstain. I have a conflict with regards to Page Unified School District. So I regrettably will not be able to vote on this.
All right. And then any other comments? I'll go ahead and add, the education efforts, we, the full board, have, we've been strong advocates, obviously. We want people to get vaccinated to have this happen in the schools. Great effort on behalf of our staff at HHF and so many other of the members of the school districts working together with us. So really appreciate that. So I'll turn to Vice Chair Fowler. Would you care to make a motion here?
With that, I move that we approve I don't have the agenda in front of me now. Where is it?
Item number 14.
I move that we approve the intergovernmental agreement with the Page Unified School District in the amount of $180,000 for response to the COVID-19 health disparity among populations of high risk and underserved populations in our rural communities.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor or Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. Any further comment? Not seeing any further comment. I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
And we have one abstention by Supervisor Horstman. So the vote is 4-0 and one abstention. Next item, actually that we now need to resolve is the Health District Board of Directors for item number 18.
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, this is one item. It's consent agenda. Does anybody care to separate this? Not seeing that. I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the consent agenda for the Health District. I need a second.
Second.
Looks like Supervisor Begay got in there in a second. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
And so that motion carries unanimously. And so next we need to resolve as Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
Aye.
A motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I think I'll give Supervisor Vasquez the second. It was too close, and he's from District 2. So all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we are on our final item on the posted agenda for this portion of the meeting, and this is item number 19. This is a public hearing and consideration and possible action associated with ordinance 2021-12 related to zoning regulations. This is just to get to the short end. We'll have staff give a presentation to give greater detail on this. This is Flag Ranch PRD. That's the Planned Residential Development. And so we will turn to our community development staff here. And let's make sure that we have them up here. I'm looking for Jay.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. I'm bringing up my screen.
Oh, there you go. Okay, fantastic.
Should come any second now. There we go. All right, Mr. Chair and Supervisors of the Board, good evening, Jay Crystalman, Community Development.
Yep, you got it.
Okay, thank you. There's a delay sometimes on my end. You are right. We are here this evening to hear the Flagstaff Ranch change of zoning regulations specific to fire mitigation standards that were originally approved in 2000 and 2002 when the PRD was developed. The application this evening, property owners include the Flagstaff Ranch Golf Course and all of the property owners within Flagstaff Ranch PRD. The applicant is the Flagstaff Ranch Property Owners Association. The representative is Lindsay Shuby with Gavin Burnham. She is on with us this evening in case you have any questions for her. The zoning, as you mentioned, is a planned residential zone or PRD, and the property is 408 acres. The request this evening is to remove condition 21 of the original 2000 ordinance, which requires the construction of a fire station. Just briefly, that's unnecessary given the fact that it is annexed into the Highlands Fire District. And also to modify condition 22 of the 2002 ordinance to replace that original fire mitigation plan approved in 22 with a new fire mitigation plan from 2017, which was approved by Chief Foreman. Here's an aerial photo of the site. We all know where Flagstaff Ranch is. A little bit of background. So this project was approved in 2002 as a planned residential development. And again, condition 21 of that original approval was to build a fire station. If Flagstaff Ranch created a district, they did not. Again, they got annexed into Highlands Fire District for service. And then condition 22 of the 2002 ordinance, which implemented a fire mitigation plan. That fire mitigation plan had been revised a number of times through 2002 before it was adopted. It did address structural fire protection, fuels management, adequate water supply, and appropriate roadways, among other items. And it did require that the building permits for Flagstaff Ranch were to be reviewed by the Flagstaff Ranch Fire District. Again, that district was never created, given the fact that they are under service of Highlands Fire District. The proposal this evening is for the amendment of the original ordinance. It would remove item from the 2002 mitigation plan. Those items that have already been implemented, and that has been verified by Chief Foreman. It removes the requirement for that fire district to review the building plan permits because, again, that district was never created, and instead the Flagstaff Ranch Design Review Committee reviews those building permits for the fire mitigation plan. It also removes that requirement to build the fire station, again, because they are provided service with Highlands Fire District. However, the 2017 mitigation plan will retain the structural fire protection, fuels mitigation, and firewise standards. So nothing changes there, aside from the items that have already been implemented and approved by the fire chief. Here's what those proposed conditions to the existing ordinances would look like. So in the 2000 ordinance, item 21 would be stricken altogether. And then in the 2002 ordinance, it would be replaced to say that the Flagstaff Ranch Property Owners Association fire mitigation requirements dated May 17th, 2017 shall be fully implemented. There was a citizen participation plan in June via Zoom. 11 people attended. Some of those were members of the Property Owners Association board. There were no concerns expressed by the attendees of that citizen participation plan, and staff has not received any comments on this application. Findings for a zone change include that it is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan and the zoning ordinance, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare, and that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did unanimously recommend approval to the board of the change of zoning conditions with the approval of ordinance 2021-12. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Oopsie daisy. There we go. We'll bring it back to the board. to see if we have any questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. This is the opportunity for the applicant or the applicant's representative to give a presentation. Just for the sake, before we go on to that, I don't see much of an audience, but for the sake of the record, we'll provide an opportunity for the applicant's representative or the applicant to present. Take questions from the board, proceed to public hearing. After public hearing, we'll bring it back for the applicant's representative to respond if necessary, and to staff, and then we'll move into a decision from the board. So it looks like Lindsay Shuby, is that how you pronounce your name? I hope so.
Yeah, Chair Ryan, Board of Supervisors, thank you so much. Lindsay Shuby, for your record, law firm of Gamage and Burnham, 40 North Central in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't have anything to add. Your community development director did such a great job. My client is still a member of the Firewise, still a Firewise community and Firewise standards. This is just a cleanup item. And so coming before you with a recommendation of approval, recommendation of support from the fire chief foreman, who has been such a pleasure to work with. He's darling. I don't know if he wants to be called darling, but he's a lovely man. So come before you with a recommendation of support from your planning commission, and stand for any questions, but simply a cleanup item, and really appreciate the time of your.
All right, thank you, Leslie. Now let me turn to the board. Any questions from the board? Not seeing questions. Okay, I'll go ahead and move from the applicant into public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment. And, you know, I'm going to test and just see, do we have anybody out there on this? Lindsay, why don't you just explain how people be recognized if they are out there to comment on this?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. I do see, I think one of the fire district board members is an attendee. If somebody would like to speak during the public hearing, you will just need to hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen. And then we will know that you want to speak, and then we will we'll unmute you so you're able to speak. And Chair Ryan, I don't see anyone on the phone at this time, so we don't need the instructions for the phone.
Okay. And then, you know, one of the members is actually a new chief. Chief Foreman has retired, and we have Chief Todd Miller out there. It is an opportunity if you do want to speak, but you don't have to, Chief, on that.
And looks like we do have board member Peter Higgy. Thank you.
If it's pronounced as one of our former co-workers there. Not seeing anybody raising their hands. This is one last chance for you to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Not seeing anybody do that, I'll go ahead and close public comment part of this hearing. Bring it back to the board for any questions or a consideration of the motion. This is in District 1, it's Supervisor Horstman's district. You know, as a courtesy, I'll reach out to Supervisor Horstman and see if she cares to make the motion.
Yes, I will, and thank you very much. And given the information that was presented, the materials that were presented, as well as the findings and recommendation from the zoning commission, I am going to, I find that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinances. The change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. And the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhoods. And with that, and with those findings, I would move at this time to approve ordinance 2021-12, approving a change of zoning regulation case number ZC-21-002 on a 408.31 acre residential development in the Flagstaff Ranch Planned Residential Development Zone to modify conditions related to the fire mitigation plan for the reasons as set forth in the information presented to the board this evening.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
I will second the motion.
Okay, and then opportunity for discussion. This is a chance to speak to the findings as well. I think the findings were outlined very well by staff as well as by Supervisor Horstman, very consistent with our plan and all the findings that we need to make. I can easily make the same findings. And as noted is cleanup action that'll help the community move forward with their new opportunity with their new fire district. Other board members? And I just had a note, it looks like we lost Supervisor Begay. So we have 4 acting board members on this decision right now. Okay, any further comment?
Sure, I'd just like to say that I support the changes based on the recommendations by our fire district folks, and I look forward to seeing how we continue to work with our community to protect ourselves from the rural fire danger in the outskirts of Flagstaff. So.
All right, I have anything further?
Well, I too, Mr. Chair, support this. I think it's pretty straightforward. So thank you for bringing it to the board, and we learn more about our local communities. So that's great. Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 And just need to validate we don't have Supervisor Begay out there. No. Turn to Ms. Shuby. Any further comments or questions that you have for us? Just
no, just thank you very much. It's been very nice listening to you all. I don't get up to your jurisdiction very often, like I do in Flagstaff, but nice to meet you all virtually. So thank you for the time.
And on behalf of the Highlands Fire District and District 3, I want to welcome District 1 into our fire community here. So I'm teasing Supervisor Horstman as well here. So all right. So Todd, you have an opportunity to reach out to Supervisor Horstman and update her on what you do with the fire district and how it relates to this community.
Yes.
All right, wonderful. So with that, we did have 2 items that we didn't cover, which were items number, I believe, 5 and 6. What did I do with my agenda? Items 4 and 5, which is county manager update and roundtable. And it's just in case we have, very important items that any member of the board or the manager would like to bring up. Steve, for item 4.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, very quickly, one item of importance that has actually come up in the last few days. On Friday, we received word regarding the Biden vaccine policies as promulgated by the Biden by OSHA, really, as a result of President Biden's executive order. So that the issue there is that all organizations, including the public sector with employees over 100, may be subject to vaccine mandate policies. That has been in the works over the weekend. We understand that the order has been stayed out of federal court out of Louisiana. So there's some legal processes that are taking place. But the end result of that is that as a county, while we thought we were not part of that in terms of the private sector may be, in fact, as a result of us having more than 100 employees required to institute a mandated vaccine program policy. So we'll know more in the next few probably days, probably not weeks, because this is an important topic. We were on a conference call last week with all the counties and civil deputies also met. So it's a action that's in progress at this point in time. We'll know more in the next few days in terms of how that will impact us. There seems to be some disagreement in terms of what the extent of the requirement is between the Arizona Industrial Commission, which is our state version of OSHA, and OSHA. And so again, That's an important new development that we're working on at this point in time, working with Rose Winkler and of course HR to just track this as we go forward. So that is the last of, that's the most important, and I think we can end it at that time at this, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And then swing into the supervisors. I'll just walk through. And I did get notification by Supervisor Begay. There was a need for her to hop off. So just confirming that. Okay. Patrice, District 1, anything else to add?
Actually, I think I've done enough today tonight, so I'm just going to wave and listen to everybody else. Thank you.
Hey, you bet. Geronimo.
We're still cheering with Geronimo and Patrice.
That's right. Yeah.
No, it's been a great day. It's really exciting, and since we just need the most urgent. I think I just put in a plug for the RRC meeting tomorrow. If you can go, please put in a plug. Please, there's information out there of why our county maps proposed are in a better interest for Northern Arizona, and we need as many voices as possible. We need that meeting to go on for several hours because there's so many people, just like Saturday, but we need people in person at the High Country Center tomorrow. So if you can please participate, now is the time. We might not have another opportunity to influence the map drawing, and these maps are for 10 years. So very important work. Thank you, everyone. Great job, team. It was a good day.
Yeah, and I might add, and we're posted for, there's a 5 o'clock Facebook Live that will be occurring. That will have a couple of us speaking up on to try and get people out for the 6 o'clock meeting as well, associated with that. Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
I'm just so excited about the great news that we received today, and I look forward to bringing the past supervisors back and celebrating with them. And Trey, you did such a wonderful job in outlining the new bill. Man, it is going to be something else to read through that thing and actually understand what it's telling you, or understand what you're reading. So good luck to all our staff and trying to analyze that bill and see how it will benefit us, and more importantly, how do we apply and how do we gain access to that for our citizens. So once again, it's just really great work on behalf of all our staff. Linda or Lucinda she always gives a great tour. So it's just really great news all around. Thank you, Steve, for your leadership. So thank you.
And I do have a couple items just real quick. One, first and foremost, again, I'm going to be gone next week. I am going to hop in only for meeting county caucus with CSA for the board meeting. I'm going to be there for consent and the second item related to the audit presentation, but after that, I need to hop off. So Lena, as vice chair, you're going to need to be carrying on the rest of the meeting there. And we're going to make sure it's a very difficult meeting for you. Yeah, just teasing, of course. And just a point of note, Steve and I have been nonstop on communications with communities, but we also had IRC board member interest in at least having an explanation of what our maps were, just so you're aware. And so for the sake of the community, help us out, help us get the IRC interested in the maps that we're recommending on that. Those are the, yeah, I think that, one last one. And
ceremony fireplace.
Okay, but the piece that I want to comment on would be just noting, we didn't have a chance to send off Heather Provincia. You know, just such a wonderful ranger that we had in the area. She will be working on a lot of the efforts on 4-5, but she's been a wonderful ranger working cooperatively from the Kaibat Fire District. We are putting a letter together, you know, to thank her, as well as Mike Ubill, who's done a lot of work on the Bill Williams Mountain. So we're putting a letter together for Mike. Mike will remain with the Kaibat, but he's moving back to fire from where he had come from. So many items of movement throughout our community here. And with that, one last call, not seeing anything, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for longer meeting than we anticipated, but really worth everything that occurred. Congratulations to everybody. This is wonderful.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We have a meeting tomorrow early.
Again.
Yeah. 8:30. Be there.